I never should have gone to that abandoned asylum. It had always been a place of morbid fascination for me, and one fateful summer night, curiosity got the better of my fear. Little did I know that this decision would plunge me into a nightmare beyond my wildest imagination. It was a moonless night, and the air was thick with foreboding as I made my way through the overgrown path leading to the asylum. My footsteps echoed eerily in the silence, and the crunch of leaves beneath my feet was a symphony of dread. The asylum loomed ahead, its decaying facade illuminated only by the faint glow of my flashlight. As I stepped through the shattered remnants of a once imposing entrance, a chilling gust of wind enveloped me, as if the building itself were exhaling a malevolent breath. The interior was a maze of decaying corridors and shattered windows, where shadows danced in sinister patterns. My heart pounded, but I pressed on, compelled by an irresistible force. I followed the eerie sounds of distant whispers deeper into the asylum, my flashlight flickering as if it, too, was afraid of what lurked within. Suddenly, I stumbled upon a room, its door hanging ajar. The room was furnished with rusted metal beds, their surfaces stained with unspeakable horrors. My stomach churned as I realized I was in a former patient's room. As I scanned the room with trembling hands, I noticed something etched into the wall beside one of the beds. It was a crude drawing, a grotesque figure with elongated limbs and hollow eyes. Beside it, the words "he sees" were scrawled in blood-red letters. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I had an overwhelming sense that I was not alone. I fled the room, my heart pounding in my chest, and continued my journey through the asylum's dark recesses. The whispered voices grew louder, and I could now discern words, though they made no sense. It was as if the very walls were whispering their own dreadful secrets. I descended into the bowels of the building, where I stumbled upon an operating theater bathed in an eerie, flickering light. In the center of the room stood an old surgical table, restraints still intact. My flashlight beam revealed an array of surgical instruments, some encrusted with dried blood. The air was heavy with the stench of antiseptic and decay. My gaze was drawn to a corner of the room where an ornate mirror hung. My reflection stared back at me, but its eyes were empty voids, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Panic gripped me as I stumbled backward, crashing into a tray of instruments. The mirror shattered and the room plunged into darkness. I fumbled for my flashlight, my breath ragged. When the light returned, I was no longer alone. A figure stood at the entrance to the operating theater, shrouded in darkness. My heart raced as I tried to discern its features, but it remained a formless specter. The whispers intensified, growing into a cacophony of torment. "He sees, he sees," they chanted in a dissonant chorus. The figure advanced slowly, its movements disjointed and unnatural. I tried to flee, but my legs betrayed me, refusing to move. As the figure drew closer, I finally caught a glimpse of its face, or what passed for one. It was a grotesque mask of agony and despair, twisted into a permanent rictus of torment. Its eyes, black pits devoid of humanity, fixed upon me with malevolence beyond comprehension. With a sudden surge of terror-fueled strength, I broke free from my paralysis and sprinted through the asylum's labyrinthine corridors, desperate to escape the relentless pursuit of the figure. The whispers pursued me, growing louder and more insistent with each passing moment. I stumbled into a room filled with rows of rusted metal beds, each occupied by a shadowy figure. Their hollow eyes stared into nothingness, and their mouths moved in silent agony. I realized with horror that these were the tortured souls of the asylum's former patients, trapped in an eternal nightmare. The figure was closing in, its distorted face contorted with sadistic glee. I had to find a way out to escape this living nightmare. With trembling hands, I pushed open a door at the end of the room and emerged into a moonlit courtyard. The asylum loomed behind me, its decaying facade now a nightmarish silhouette against the pale glow of the moon. I could still hear the whispers, faint but persistent, as if the asylum itself were whispering its cursed secrets. I ran through the courtyard, through overgrown weeds and crumbling walls, until I reached the outer perimeter of the asylum grounds. As I crossed the threshold, a deafening silence enveloped me, and the whispers ceased. I collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath, my mind reeling from the horrors I had witnessed. The asylum stood silent and foreboding, a sentinel of malevolence in the moonlight. I knew I had escaped with my life, but I would forever carry the scars of that night, To this day, I cannot forget the figure with the face of torment, the tortured souls in the asylum's depths, or the haunting whispers that continue to echo in my nightmares. The asylum's secrets remain buried in its decaying walls, but I know one thing for certain. Some places are best left unexplored, for the darkness they hold can consume even the bravest of souls. It had been a grueling week of hiking in the remote wilderness, and exhaustion had settled deep into our bones. My friends and I had embarked on this adventure seeking solitude and adventure, but we had no idea what awaited us in the heart of the forest. As we set up camp near a serene lake, we couldn't help but marvel at the beauty that surrounded us. Towering trees formed a natural canopy overhead, and the still waters of the lake reflected the deep blue sky. It was idyllic, but the tranquility would soon give way to an unsettling sense of unease. On the second night, as we huddled around the campfire, a distant sound echoed through the trees. It was a soft, mournful wail that seemed to carry on the wind. We dismissed it as an animal, or perhaps the wind itself, but the unease in our group was palpable. As the days passed, the wailing continued, growing closer with each passing night. We attempted to rationalize it, attributing the sound to wildlife or the peculiar acoustics of the forest, but it gnawed at our nerves. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees, we heard it again, louder and more haunting than before. This time it was unmistakably human, a cry of anguish that sent shivers down our spines. We decided to investigate, to determine the source of this eerie wail. Armed with flashlights, we ventured deeper into the forest, following the sound. The path grew treacherous and the trees closed in around us, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. The wail led us to a small clearing where we discovered an old, dilapidated cabin. Its windows were shattered and the roof sagged under the weight of years of neglect. The cry seemed to emanate from within, and our hearts raced as we cautiously approached. The door creaked open with a ghostly groan, revealing a scene of utter desolation. Dusty furniture lay in disarray, cobwebs hung in the corners, and the air was heavy with the scent of decay. But what chilled us to the bone was the sight of an old, worn photograph on the mantel. It depicted a family, a mother, father, and a young child, their faces etched with sorrow. It was as if time had frozen in that moment of despair. Beneath the photograph was an inscription, "Never forget." The wailing continued, echoing through the cabin's decaying walls. We followed it to a room at the back of the cabin, where we discovered an old wooden trapdoor in the floor. With trembling hands, we lifted it, revealing a dark earthen tunnel beneath. Hesitant but driven by curiosity, we descended into the tunnel, our flashlights piercing the oppressive darkness. The cries grew louder, and we soon realized their source: a hidden chamber buried deep underground. Inside, we found a room filled with chains and shackles, their cold, rusted metal bearing silent witness to untold suffering. The walls were lined with scratches and etchings, the desperate marks of someone who had been imprisoned here. As the wailing reached its crescendo, we discovered a journal tucked away in a corner. Its pages were filled with the anguished writings of a man who had been locked in this chamber, tormented by the relentless cries that had haunted us. We never did learn the fate of the man who had penned those desperate words, but the eerie cries that had led us to this place had been his torment, a ghostly echo of a tragedy long forgotten. Terrified and shaken, we fled the cabin, leaving behind the wailing and the darkness that had consumed it. We returned to our campsite, packed our gear, and left the wilderness behind, haunted by the chilling discovery we had made. To this day, the memory of that forsaken cabin and its mournful cries lingers in my nightmares, a reminder that even in the depths of the wilderness, the past can reach out and grasp you in its chilling grip. It was the summer of 1997, and my friends and I were eager to embark on a road trip adventure. We had just graduated from high school, and this was our way of celebrating our newfound freedom before we scattered to colleges and universities across the country. Our destination, a remote, abandoned mining town in the Nevada desert that we had heard about from locals. The sun hung low on the horizon as we set out on that fateful morning. 4 friends packed into a beat-up old van, with a map spread across the dashboard. The desert stretched out before us, a vast expanse of sand and sagebrush that seemed to go on forever. It was desolate and eerily quiet, with only the occasional tumbleweed rolling across the cracked highway. Hours passed and the landscape remained unchanged. The old town was rumored to be located far off the beaten path, and we began to wonder if we were on the right track. The relentless sun beat down on us and our excitement began to wane as the miles dragged on. Just as we were about to give up and turn back, we spotted a weathered sign by the roadside. "Welcome to Dustwood Population Zero." It was faded and barely legible, but it was the confirmation we needed. We followed a narrow dirt road off the highway and into the desert, winding deeper into the arid wilderness. As we approached Dustwood, we were struck by the sight of dilapidated buildings rising from the desert like specters of a bygone era. The town had been abandoned for decades, its wooden structures weathered by time and neglect. We couldn't help but be drawn to the eerie allure of a place forgotten by the world. We parked the van in the town's dusty square, the tires crunching on gravel as we exited the vehicle. The air was hot and dry, and the silence was oppressive. The only sounds were the distant hum of the wind and the creaking of old timbers. Our first stop was an old saloon, its swinging doors barely hanging on their hinges. Inside, the bar was covered in a layer of dust, and broken glass littered the floor. Faded posters and remnants of a bygone era decorated the walls. It was as if the town's inhabitants had simply vanished, leaving everything behind. As we explored further, we stumbled upon the remnants of a schoolhouse, its chalkboard still covered in faded lessons, and a long-abandoned general store, its shelves barren and splintered. It was a town frozen in time, a snapshot of a once-thriving community that had fallen into decay. We ventured deeper into Dustwood, our footsteps echoing in the empty streets. It was as if the town itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to break the silence. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch infinitely. As we approached the outskirts of town, we noticed a building that stood apart from the others. A large, imposing structure that loomed like a dark sentinel against the fading light. It was the old Dustwood mine, the source of the town's prosperity in its heyday. We couldn't resist the urge to explore the mine, and we made our way inside, our flashlights piercing the inky darkness. The air grew cooler and damper as we descended into the depths of the earth. The tunnels seemed to stretch on forever, their walls lined with the remnants of mining equipment. As we ventured deeper, the walls of the mine began to close in around us, and the sense of isolation grew more pronounced. The beams of our flashlights danced along the walls, revealing ancient cave-ins and tunnels that seemed to lead to nowhere. Suddenly, we stumbled upon something that sent shivers down our spines. A series of handprints, smeared in what appeared to be blood along the tunnel walls. They were accompanied by crude drawings of terrified faces and desperate pleas for help. We exchanged nervous glances but pressed on, compelled by a mixture of curiosity and dread. The tunnels twisted and turned, leading us deeper into the labyrinthine darkness. The air grew colder and the silence was oppressive. It was then that we heard it, a faint, distant sound like a whisper carried on the wind. At first, we dismissed it as our imagination, but it grew louder and more insistent, echoing through the tunnels like a mournful cry. We followed the sound, our footsteps echoing in the narrow confines of the mine. It led us to a chamber, its walls adorned with more blood-smeared handprints and chilling messages. In the center of the chamber stood an old wooden platform, its surface stained with what could only be described as a pool of dried blood. As we approached, our flashlights revealed a rusted chain and shackles attached to the platform, and a shiver of horror coursed through us. It was a chilling reminder of the town's dark past, a past that had been buried beneath layers of time and silence. The whispers grew louder, their words incomprehensible but filled with anguish and despair. We knew we had to leave to escape the suffocating darkness of the mine, but as we turned to go, the entrance to the chamber slammed shut with a deafening crash, plunging us into darkness. Panic surged through us as we fumbled for our flashlights, their beams revealing that we were no longer alone. Figures emerged from the shadows, their faces twisted in terror and suffering. They were the specters of Dustwood's past, the souls of those who had toiled in the mine and perished in its depths. Desperate and terrified, we fought to escape the chamber, but the figures closed in around us, their bony hands reaching out as if to drag us into their eternal torment. The whispers grew into a cacophony of agony, drowning out our cries for help. Just as all hope seemed lost, the entrance to the chamber suddenly burst open, and blinding daylight flooded in. We stumbled out of the mine, gasping for breath, and found ourselves back in the town square, the sun hanging low on the horizon. The figures of Dustwood's past remained trapped within the mine, their mournful cries echoing through the tunnels. We knew we had narrowly escaped a fate worse than death. Terrified and shaken, we piled back into the van and sped away from Dustwood, leaving the abandoned town and its haunting secrets behind. As we drove into the desert night, we couldn't help but wonder if we had disturbed something in that forsaken place, something that should have remained hidden. To this day, the memory of Dustwood and the chilling encounter in the mine haunts my dreams. It serves as a stark reminder that some places are best left untouched, their secrets buried in the sands of time, waiting for the curious and the foolish to stumble upon them. I had always been a skeptic when it came to online classified ads. Scammers, spammers, and worse lurked behind every deal too good to be true. But I was broke, desperate, and my college graduation was looming like a dark storm cloud, ready to rain on my dreams. That's how I found myself scouring Craigslist one evening for part-time work. The clock on my laptop read 3 a.m. as I stumbled upon an ad that seemed promising. Paid research opportunity, help needed urgently, it proclaimed. The headline was catchy, but the post itself was rather vague, mentioning only that a private research firm was willing to pay top dollar for participants in a series of experiments. The compensation promised was enough to pay off my mounting student loans and maybe even have some left over for celebration. With a mix of curiosity and desperation, I clicked on the ad, revealing an email address to contact for more details. I fired off an email, not expecting a response until the next day. However, within minutes, I received a reply from a sender named Researcher X. The email was concise and cryptic. Meet at the abandoned warehouse on 42nd Street at 11 p.m. tomorrow. Come alone. Wear black. I was skeptical, of course. The warning bells in my head clanged loudly. This was undoubtedly shady, maybe even dangerous. But I couldn't shake the idea that this could be the break I needed. I knew it was a risk, but I decided to go, armed with the address, a pocket knife, and a smartphone that could dial 911 at a moment's notice. The day passed in a blur of nervous anticipation. I tried to focus on my last few college classes, but my mind kept wandering to the mysterious ad. Who were these researchers, and what kind of experiments required secrecy and a midnight meeting at an abandoned warehouse? As evening fell, I donned a black hoodie and pants, wanting to blend into the shadows. I shoved the pocket knife into my back pocket and made my way to 42nd Street. The rain had begun to drizzle, and the city streets were dark and quiet. I felt like a character in a noir film, my heart pounding with every echoing step. The warehouse came into view, a towering, decrepit structure with broken windows and graffiti-covered walls. The entrance was a rusted door ajar, revealing nothing but darkness inside. I hesitated for a moment, my fear trying to take control. But I had come this far. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The interior of the warehouse was even more ominous than the exterior. The only light came from a flickering bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting long dancing shadows across the grimy floor. The air was musty, filled with the scent of decay and dampness. I cautiously advanced further into the building. I could hear faint voices in the distance, echoing through the cavernous space. Following the sounds, I eventually stumbled upon a small room. A table stood in the center, surrounded by 4 chairs. Seated in one of them was a figure shrouded in darkness. "Take a seat," a voice said, low and raspy. I couldn't discern whether it was male or female. I hesitated for a moment before complying, sitting across from the mysterious figure. The dim light made it impossible to see their face. They pushed a folder toward me, and my trembling hands reached for it. "Inside, you'll find a document detailing the experiment," the voice continued. "You have the right to leave at any time. But once you read the document, you'll understand the importance of what we're doing here." With that, the figure fell silent, leaving me alone with the folder. I opened it slowly, my eyes scanning the typed pages. The document explained that this research was focused on fear and the human psyche. It outlined a series of tasks I would be required to complete, each designed to provoke fear in varying degrees. As I read further, I realized that this was no ordinary psychological experiment. The tasks included encounters with strangers in dark alleys, navigating through abandoned buildings, and even participating in staged accidents. The goal was to measure my physiological responses to fear-inducing scenarios and to assess my ability to remain calm under pressure. I should have left right then and there, but my curiosity and the promise of a substantial payment compelled me to stay. I signed the agreement at the end of the document, acknowledging the risks and agreeing to the terms of the experiment. Over the next few weeks, I found myself thrust into a series of increasingly unsettling situations. I was constantly under surveillance, my every move monitored by the researchers. They provided me with a smartphone and instructed me to document my experiences through video and voice recordings. The first task was relatively benign, a late-night walk through a park where I encountered a suspicious-looking stranger. I recorded the encounter as instructed, feeling a surge of fear as the stranger approached, only to be relieved when nothing untoward happened. But as the days passed, the experiments grew more sinister. I was sent to a derelict psychiatric hospital where I navigated dark, labyrinthine corridors and encountered remnants of its grim past. My heart raced as I heard distant whispers and faint cries that seemed to emanate from nowhere. Next, I was instructed to board a deserted subway car at the end of the line and ride it until I reached an unfamiliar station. The platform was empty, the station devoid of life, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My unease deepened as I noticed shadowy figures lurking in the tunnels, their eyes gleaming with malevolence. I recorded it all, my voice trembling as I narrated my experiences. But with each passing day, the fear grew harder to contain. The sleepless nights, the constant surveillance, and the uncertainty of what was real and what was part of the experiment began to take its toll on my sanity. Then came the night that would change everything. I received an email from Researcher X, containing an address and a single instruction. Visit this location alone. This is your final task. I had grown increasingly paranoid, and a sense of impending doom hung over me like a dark cloud. The address led me to an isolated, abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. The night was moonless, and the only light came from the pale glow of distant streetlights. I entered the warehouse, my footsteps echoing in the silence. Inside, the scene was unlike anything I had encountered before. The room was vast, with towering stacks of wooden crates, their contents hidden in the shadows. In the center of the room stood a single chair, and above it a solitary light bulb dangled from a frayed cord. I hesitated, my heart pounding in my chest. Something felt profoundly wrong about this situation. But the promise of payment, the desire to finally be free of this nightmare, pushed me forward. I took a seat beneath the swaying light bulb, and as if on cue, it flickered to life, casting a harsh, unnatural glow. From the shadows emerged a figure dressed in black, their face concealed beneath a hood. "You've done well," the figure said, their voice cold and emotionless. "But there's one final test we must conduct." The figure produced a small leather-bound book and placed it on the crate in front of me. It was old and weathered, its pages filled with faded text and illustrations of arcane symbols. "You must read from this book," the figure commanded. "Recite the words exactly as they are written, and your ordeal will be over." I glanced at the book, my unease growing. The symbols and text were like nothing I had ever seen, and a foreboding sense of dread washed over me. "What is this?" I stammered, my voice trembling. The figure leaned closer, their hooded face inches from mine. "It is your final test," they hissed. "Recite the words or remain trapped in this nightmare forever." I had no choice. Fear had brought me to this point, and fear would see me through to the end. I opened the book and began to read, my voice shaking as I spoke the incomprehensible words. As the last syllable left my lips, a deafening roar filled the room. The very air seemed to tremble, and the walls of the warehouse began to shake. I clung to the chair, my heart pounding in my chest. Suddenly, the room was plunged into darkness, and the figure before me disappeared. Panic surged through me as I fumbled for my phone, my fingers trembling as I activated its flashlight. The warehouse was empty, the chair and the book gone. I was alone, surrounded by the looming crates and the oppressive silence. I stumbled to my feet and made my way to the exit, my mind reeling. The experiments were over, but the fear remained, a festering seed of dread that had taken root in my soul. I returned to my apartment, the weight of what had transpired settling over me like a shroud. I never received the promised payment, and I never heard from researchers again. The entire experience remained shrouded in mystery, a nightmare from which I could never truly escape. To this day, I am haunted by the knowledge that I willingly subjected myself to those experiments, that I read from that accursed book. I can't help but wonder what I unleashed that night, what malevolent forces I unwittingly invoked. And as I write this, I can't shake the feeling that I am still being watched, that the shadows that once lurked in the corners of my vision are now closing in, ready to claim me once and for all. So if you ever come across a mysterious Craigslist ad promising quick cash for participating in a research study, heed my warning. Run the other way. Some fears are better left unexplored, some doors better left unopened, and some experiments better left untested. I can't believe I'm sharing this story, but I feel like I have to. It's been 2 years and the memories still haunt me. It all started innocently enough with an online classified ad. It was a cold and rainy evening and I had just moved to a new city. My apartment was still a mess of unpacked boxes and I was feeling a bit lonely. I had heard about Craigslist and decided to give it a try to find some furniture and maybe make a friend in the process. I logged onto the website and started browsing through the furniture listings. Most of them were standard: couches, tables, chairs. But one ad caught my eye. It was titled "Antique Mirror. Must go ASAP." The picture showed a beautiful ornate mirror that looked like it belonged in a Victorian mansion. The price was unbelievably low, and the seller claimed it needed to be gone that very night. Excited by the prospect of scoring such a great deal, I sent a message to the seller. Within minutes, I received a response from a woman named Margaret. She explained that her grandmother had passed away, and they were clearing out the old family home. The mirror was the last thing left, and they wanted it gone to make room for new memories. Margaret provided me with the address and insisted I come pick it up immediately. I was hesitant about going to a stranger's house so late at night, but the allure of the mirror was too strong. I decided to go, reasoning that it couldn't hurt to meet someone new. As I pulled up to the address Margaret had given me, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The house was a dilapidated Victorian-era mansion, its paint peeling and the windows covered in dust and grime. I knocked on the door and it creaked open slowly, revealing Margaret, a frail elderly woman with a friendly smile. She led me through the house, the floorboards groaning with each step. The place was filled with antique furniture and dusty family portraits which seemed to watch my every move. Margaret took me to the mirror, which was even more beautiful up close. It was massive, easily 7 feet tall, with intricate carvings and a tarnished silver frame. Margaret explained that the mirror had been in her family for generations but had brought nothing but bad luck. She said her grandmother had claimed to see strange figures and hear voices when she looked into it. Margaret and her family had decided that it was best to part with it, and I, naively, agreed to take it off their hands. As we carried the mirror to my car, Margaret warned me to never look into it. She said it was cursed and had brought misery to her family. I laughed it off, thinking it was just an old superstition. I drove back to my apartment, excited about my new acquisition. I propped the mirror against the wall in the living room, feeling a strange thrill as I looked at my reflection in its aged glass. It was as if I had a connection to the past, to the generations of people who had gazed into it. That night, as I lay in bed, I heard a faint whisper coming from the living room. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but the voices grew louder and more distinct. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but they sounded like a chorus of anguished souls. Terrified, I rushed into the living room, and there, in front of the mirror, I saw them. Figures, shadows, distorted faces staring back at me. They were moving, reaching out toward me, their mouths opening in silent screams. I stumbled backward, knocking over a chair, and the figures disappeared. For days, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard the whispers, felt their presence. I knew I had to get rid of the mirror, but it seemed to have a malevolent hold on me. I would find myself standing in front of it, unable to look away, feeling as though I was being drawn into its depths. One evening, as I stared into the mirror, I saw her. A woman with long, flowing hair and sad, empty eyes. She reached out to me, and I felt an overwhelming urge to touch her hand. As I did, I was pulled into the mirror, my world turning upside down. I found myself in a dark, shadowy realm, surrounded by the figures I had seen before. They moaned and wailed, their faces contorted in agony. I screamed, but no sound escaped my lips. I tried to run, but my feet felt like they were glued to the ground. As I wandered through that nightmarish landscape, I realized that I was not alone. Margaret was there too, her eyes filled with regret. She explained that the mirror was a portal to the afterlife, a place where the souls of the cursed were trapped for eternity. She had brought me here to take her place, to bear the burden of the mirror's curse. I pleaded with her to help me escape, but she simply turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. I was left alone, surrounded by the tormented souls, forever trapped in the cursed mirror. And that's how I ended up here, writing this story from the other side. I can't warn you enough. Never trust a Craigslist ad that seems too good to be true, and never underestimate the power of a cursed mirror. My only hope is that by sharing my story, I can save others from the same fate. So if you ever come across an ad for an antique mirror that needs to go ASAP, just remember my story and run the other way. You never know what horrors might be lurking on the other side. It all began with a late-night internet browsing session, as most strange and unsettling stories do. I was searching for a part-time job, something to help me cover my mounting bills while I struggled to finish my degree. That's when I stumbled upon a peculiar Craigslist ad that would lead me down a twisted path into the unknown. The ad's title read, "Historical Tour Guides Wanted. Uncover the Past. Earn Cash." It piqued my interest immediately. As an aspiring history major, I had always been drawn to the mysteries of the past. The ad promised flexible hours and above-average pay, which was exactly what I needed. I clicked on the ad and read the description. It stated that a local historical society was looking for tour guides to lead visitors through an old cemetery with a rich and mysterious history. The tours were to be conducted after dark, adding an allure to the experience. The pay offered was nearly too good to be true, and my curiosity got the best of me. I decided to send an email expressing my interest. Within hours, I received a reply from a man named Mr. Holloway, the coordinator of the Historical Society. He explained that they were in dire need of guides for the cemetery tours, especially with Halloween approaching. He scheduled an interview for the following evening at a cafe near the cemetery. The email concluded with an ominous message: "Prepare yourself for a journey into the past." The next evening, I found myself sipping coffee in the corner of the cafe, waiting for Mr. Holloway. He arrived promptly at 8 p.m., his tall, slender figure draped in a long black coat. His eyes were hidden behind wire-rimmed glasses, and his thin lips curled into a smile as he approached. "Good evening," he said, extending a bony hand. "I'm Mr. Holloway. You must be Alex." I shook his hand and introduced myself. He ordered a cup of black coffee and settled into the chair opposite mine. The cafe's patrons paid us no mind, engrossed in their own conversations. Mr. Holloway began by describing the history of the cemetery, an ancient and sprawling burial ground that had been in use for over 2 centuries. He spoke of the many notable figures interred there, from war heroes to influential politicians, and he emphasized the importance of preserving their stories. "Our goal," he explained, "is to offer a unique experience to our visitors, one that not only educates but also makes their veins freeze. We want our tours to be memorable, unforgettable." As he spoke, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease creep over me. The way he emphasized the word unforgettable sent a chill down my spine. I brushed it off as a simple case of nerves and continued to listen. Mr. Holloway detailed the responsibilities of the guides, which included memorizing historical facts, maintaining a respectful tone, and leading tours after dark. He explained that the darkness added an element of mystery to the experience, and that it was an essential part of the cemetery's allure. "The tours will be conducted at night, under the light of the moon and lanterns," he said. "It will be a true journey into the past, where the spirits of the past come alive." Spirits? The word hung in the air, unspoken but implied. I wondered if Mr. Holloway believed in ghosts, or if he was simply using the term metaphorically. After discussing logistics and pay, he handed me a black envelope, sealed with a wax stamp bearing the image of a skull. He instructed me to open it only when I was alone, as it contained sensitive information about the cemetery's history. As I left the cafe that night, the black envelope clutched in my hand. I couldn't help but feel a mixture of excitement and trepidation. It was a strange job interview, but the prospect of uncovering hidden stories from the past was too enticing to pass up. I waited until I was back in my apartment to open the black envelope. The wax seal cracked easily, revealing a single sheet of paper with detailed instructions for my first tour. It was scheduled for the upcoming Friday night, and the meeting point was the cemetery's entrance. I spent the next few days immersed in research, learning about the cemetery's history and its famous residents. It had a rich and colorful past, filled with stories of love, betrayal, and tragedy. I couldn't wait to share these tales with the tour group and to step into the role of a historical guide. Friday night arrived, and I donned a dark suit and tie, fitting attire for a cemetery tour. The moon hung low in the sky as I made my way to the cemetery's entrance. I was met by Mr. Holloway, who was dressed in his signature black coat. "Ah, Alex," he greeted me with a smile. "I see you're prepared. Our guests will be arriving shortly." As if on cue, a group of people began to gather at the entrance. They were a diverse bunch, ranging from college students to elderly couples, all eager for a taste of history. Mr. Holloway introduced me as their guide, and I began to lead the group into the cemetery, lantern in hand. The night was clear and crisp, the air filled with the scent of fallen leaves. I spoke with enthusiasm as I led the group through the gravestones, recounting the stories of those who rested there. The guests listened attentively, their eyes wide with fascination. As the tour progressed, I noticed that some of the group members were growing increasingly uneasy. They whispered to each other and cast furtive glances over their shoulders. I couldn't blame them. After all, a cemetery at night could be an eerie place. But as we reached a particular section of the cemetery, the unease escalated into full-blown fear. The guests began to murmur and shuffle nervously, their lanterns casting wavering shadows. I turned to Mr. Holloway, who was watching with an inscrutable expression. "What's going on?" I whispered to him. He leaned in close and spoke in a hushed tone. "This section of the cemetery has a dark history, one that we save for the climax of the tour. It's said to be haunted, you see. Some visitors claim to have seen apparitions and heard whispers in the dark." I glanced around, my nerves on edge. The atmosphere had indeed changed, and a weird stillness hung in the air. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Just as I was about to continue the tour, a loud, unearthly shriek echoed through the cemetery. The guests screamed in terror, and I instinctively swung my lantern in the direction of the sound. What I saw froze me in my tracks. A figure, pale and ghostly, stood among the gravestones. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and its mouth opened in a silent scream. The guests scattered, fleeing in all directions, leaving me and Mr. Holloway alone with the apparition. "What is that?" I stammered, my voice trembling. Mr. Holloway's expression remained unreadable as he stepped toward the figure. "It's a part of the tour, Alex. A special attraction, if you will." I watched in horror as the figure drew closer, its spectral form hovering in the moonlight. It reached out a transparent hand, and Mr. Holloway took it, leading the apparition away into the darkness. I stood there, my heart pounding, as the night returned to its usual silence. The guests had disappeared into the night, leaving me alone in the cemetery. Days turned into weeks, and I couldn't shake the memory of that night. The apparition, the screams, Mr. Holloway's cryptic words, all of it haunted my thoughts. I tried to convince myself that it had been a staged event, a part of the tour meant to scare the guests, but something about it felt real, too real. I decided to confront Mr. Holloway to demand an explanation for what had happened. I sent him an email requesting a meeting, and he agreed to meet me at the same cafe where we had first discussed the job. When I arrived, Mr. Holloway was already there, sitting in the same corner. He greeted me with a smile, though there was a tension in the air. "Alex," he began, "I'm glad you reached out. I wanted to discuss that night with you." I wasted no time. "What was that thing, Mr. Holloway, the apparition in the cemetery? Was it real?" He sighed, his shoulders slumping. I suppose it's time for the truth. Mr. Holloway proceeded to reveal the dark history of the cemetery, a history that had been concealed from the public for years. He explained that the cemetery had been the site of a clandestine group known as the Society of the Silent, a secret society that had dabbled in the occult and conducted bizarre rituals in the dead of night. The apparition, he told me, was a result of those rituals. It was the spirit of a member of the society, a man who had been trapped between the realms of the living and the dead. The society's rituals had unleashed forces beyond their control, and the cemetery had become a place of malevolent energy. We used the legend of the society and the apparition as a way to add an element of fear to the tours, Mr. Holloway admitted. It's a way to make the experience unforgettable, just as I promised. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The history of the cemetery, the society, and the apparition, all of it was true. It was a shocking revelation, and it left me with more questions than answers. I continued to work as a tour guide for the Historical Society, sharing the stories of the cemetery's past with the guests. The knowledge that the apparition was real added an authenticity to the tours, and visitors left with a sense of having witnessed something truly otherworldly. But the revelation had changed something within me. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story, that the society's secrets ran deeper than I had been told. I couldn't resist the urge to uncover the truth. One night after the tour had ended and the guests had left, I approached Mr. Holloway with a determined expression. "I want to know more," I said. "I want to learn about the society, about the rituals they performed, and about the apparition. Will you show me?" Mr. Holloway hesitated, his gaze fixed on mine. "You must understand, Alex, that delving further into this may lead to consequences you cannot fathom. The society's secrets are dangerous, and the apparition is a force beyond our control." I nodded, my curiosity outweighing my fear. "I'm willing to take that risk." Mr. Holloway sighed and led me to a hidden chamber beneath the cemetery, a crypt that had remained sealed for centuries. Inside, he revealed a collection of old tomes and artifacts, each bearing the mark of the Society of the Silent. As I delved into the society's history, I learned of their obsession with unlocking the secrets of the afterlife. They had conducted forbidden rituals, made pacts with dark entities, and tampered with forces that should have remained untouched. It was a chilling account of a group consumed by their desire for knowledge and power. But what fascinated me most was the apparition itself. According to the society's records, the spirit had been a member who had attempted to communicate with the dead. In a misguided experiment, they had opened a portal to the other side, allowing malevolent entities to enter our world. The apparition was the result of their doomed ritual, forever trapped between the realms. As I delved deeper into the society's secrets, I felt a growing unease. The apparition's presence seemed to loom over me, as if it resented my intrusion into its dark history. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had awakened something malevolent. One night, as I conducted a tour through the cemetery, a sense of foreboding washed over me. The air grew heavy with tension, and the guests seemed to sense it too. I recounted the stories of the cemetery with a trembling voice, my lantern casting long shadows. As we reached the section of the cemetery where the apparition had first appeared, a chilling wind swept through the gravestones. The lanterns flickered, and the group grew silent, their eyes wide with fear. And then it happened. The apparition materialized before us, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. It let out a blood-curdling scream, and the guests screamed in terror, fleeing in all directions. I stood frozen in place, unable to tear my gaze away from the spectral figure. It reached out a ghostly hand, and I felt a cold, numbing sensation envelop me. The world around me twisted and distorted, and I found myself standing in a shadowy realm, the apparition before me. It spoke, its voice a haunting whisper. "You have uncovered our secrets, Alex. You have trespassed where you should not have." I stammered, trying to find words, but fear had rendered me speechless. The apparition's eyes bore into mine, and I felt a surge of dread. "You must make a choice, Alex. You can choose to forget what you have learned, to leave this place and never return. Or you can choose to stay and become a part of our history, forever trapped between the realms." I had no choice but to agree, to erase the memories of the society's secrets and the apparition from my mind. The apparition released its hold on me, and I found myself back in the cemetery, alone in the darkness. I returned to my apartment that night, my mind a whirlwind of confusion and fear. The memories of the society's secrets had been erased, but the knowledge of what had transpired lingered like a shadow in my subconscious. I continued to work as a tour guide, but the apparition's presence haunted me. It watched from the shadows, a constant reminder of the choices I had made. The burden of the society's secrets weighed heavily on my shoulders, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the cemetery. As the years passed, I struggled to move on with my life, haunted by the memories of that night. I knew that the apparition was always there, waiting in the darkness, a specter of the past that could never be forgotten. And so I share this story as a warning to those who seek to uncover the secrets of the past, to those who are drawn to the darkness that lurks beneath the surface. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, some secrets better left buried. For the apparition of the cemetery still watches, and its malevolent presence lingers, a reminder of the choices we make and the price we pay for our curiosity. The night was dark and rainy, the kind of night that made even the most fearless travelers uneasy. John had been driving for hours, the monotonous drumming of rain on the car's roof slowly pushing him towards exhaustion. His eyelids felt heavy, and he knew he needed to find a place to rest. As if on cue, a dimly lit sign emerged from the darkness ahead. It read, "Miller's Gas and Grill, 1 mile ahead." John's heart quickened with relief. He could use a break, maybe grab a bite to eat. The prospect of a warm meal and a chance to stretch his legs was too tempting to resist. He followed the narrow, winding road as it led him towards the gas station. The rain showed no sign of letting up, and the steady hum of the engine provided a comforting backdrop to the otherwise eerie silence of the night. The headlights of his car illuminated the road ahead, revealing dense woods that seemed to press in on all sides. John couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The gas station finally came into view, its flickering neon sign revealing a rustic, weather-worn building. It looked like something out of a forgotten era, a relic of a time when gas stations were more than just convenience stores. John pulled into the gravel lot and parked next to the only other car there, a beat-up pickup truck. As he stepped out of his car, the rain soaked through his jacket almost instantly. He hurried inside, the jingling of a bell above the door announcing his arrival. The interior of the gas station was just as old-fashioned as the exterior. Wooden shelves lined the walls, stocked with an odd assortment of products, and a counter sat at the far end, behind which stood an elderly man with a weathered face and a grizzled beard. "Evening, stranger." The old man greeted him with a toothless smile. "Evening," John replied, shaking off the rain from his coat. "I could use a fill-up and a bite to eat. You still serving?" The old man nodded and gestured towards a small diner area off to the side. "Gas pumps out back. Help yourself to the menu. We got burgers, fries, and coffee. What'll it be?" John ordered a cheeseburger and a coffee, then headed out to pump gas into his car. The rain was coming down harder now, making the task unpleasant. He couldn't help but feel a sense of unease as he stood alone in the dark, cold rain. The gas station's surroundings seemed strangely isolated, almost claustrophobic. Back inside, John took a seat at the counter. The old man, whose name tag read Miller, placed a steaming plate in front of him. John thanked him and dug into his meal, grateful for the warmth and sustenance. As he ate, he noticed a couple of locals sitting at the other end of the counter, huddled together in quiet conversation. Their eyes darted towards him occasionally, but they said nothing. John tried to strike up a conversation with Miller. "Quiet night, huh?" The old man nodded, his eyes distant. "It's always quiet around these parts. Ain't much happens here." John couldn't argue with that. He finished his meal in silence, then pushed a few bills across the counter to cover the cost. As he prepared to leave, Miller spoke up. "Be careful out there. These roads can get real tricky at night, especially in weather like this." John thanked him again and headed out into the storm. He climbed into his car and started the engine, watching the windshield wipers struggle to keep up with the rain. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the gas station and its surroundings. The locals' strange behavior and Miller's cryptic warning only added to his unease. As he pulled out of the gas station, John couldn't help but notice that the pickup truck that had been parked there earlier was now gone. He glanced around, wondering where its owner had gone to on such a stormy night. But he quickly dismissed the thought, chalking it up to the oddities of rural life. The road stretched out before him, a never-ending ribbon of wet asphalt that seemed to disappear into the inky darkness. The rain continued to pour, making visibility poor and the journey treacherous. John gripped the steering wheel tightly, his senses on high alert. After what felt like an eternity, John spotted a pair of dim headlights approaching in the distance. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the company on this desolate stretch of road. As the vehicle drew nearer, John noticed that it was the same pickup truck that had been parked at the gas station earlier. It was driving erratically, swerving from side to side as if the driver was struggling to maintain control. John slowed down, giving the truck plenty of space. He watched in growing concern as it weaved dangerously close to the edge of the road. It was as if the driver was playing a dangerous game of chicken with the darkness that surrounded them. Just as John was debating whether to call the police, the pickup truck suddenly veered off the road and into the woods. John slammed on his brakes, his heart pounding in his chest. He watched in horror as the truck crashed through the underbrush, its headlights disappearing into the dense forest. For a moment, John considered following the truck to see if the driver was okay. But the rain was coming down harder than ever, and he didn't relish the idea of getting stuck in the mud. He also couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. The way the truck had swerved and then veered off the road had been deliberate, almost intentional. After a few minutes of indecision, John decided to continue on his way. He reasoned that the driver of the pickup truck might have been drunk or reckless, and there was nothing he could do to help them in this weather. He put the incident out of his mind and focused on the road ahead. As the miles passed, John couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled in the pit of his stomach. The rain showed no sign of letting up, and the road seemed to stretch on endlessly. He tried to distract himself by turning up the radio, but the crackling static and eerie echoing voices only added to his sense of isolation. Suddenly, the headlights of his car illuminated a figure standing in the middle of the road ahead. John slammed on his brakes, his heart leaping into his throat. The figure was a man, soaked to the bone and shivering in the rain. He was waving his arms frantically as if trying to flag down passing cars. Reluctantly, John rolled down his window a crack and called out to the man. "Hey, are you okay?" The man's voice was frantic and desperate. "Please, you have to help me. My car broke down and I'm freezing out here." John's instincts told him to keep driving, to not get involved. But he couldn't leave the man stranded in the middle of nowhere on a night like this. He unlocked the passenger door and motioned for the man to get in. As soon as the man climbed into the car, John regretted his decision. The man's clothes were soaked through and he reeked of alcohol. His eyes were bloodshot and his speech was slurred. "Thanks, man," the stranger mumbled, his words barely coherent. "I don't know what I would have done out there." John forced a smile and tried to make small talk, but the man's responses were erratic and disjointed. He seemed agitated, constantly glancing out the window as if he were expecting something to jump out at them from the darkness. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached a more populated area. John pulled into a well-lit parking lot and turned to the stranger. "This is where I'm headed. You can get out here." The man hesitated for a moment, then nodded and stumbled out of the car. John watched as he walked away, disappearing into the night. Shaken by the encounter, John continued his journey. He couldn't help but wonder what had happened to the pickup truck he had seen earlier, and if the man he had picked up had anything to do with it. The rain had finally begun to let up, but the unease that had settled over him refused to dissipate. Hours passed, and John finally reached his destination, a small town with a motel on the outskirts. He pulled into the parking lot and checked into a room, grateful for the chance to get out of the rain and rest for the night. As he lay in bed, John couldn't stop thinking about the strange events of the evening. The gas station, the pickup truck, the erratic driver, and the mysterious hitchhiker. All of it left him with an overwhelming sense of unease. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had stumbled onto something he wasn't meant to see, something that was best left hidden in the darkness. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, John heard the sound of rain tapping against the window. but this time it was accompanied by a low, distant rumble of thunder. As he listened to the storm outside, a chilling thought crossed his mind. What if the rain had been a cover, a way to hide something far more sinister that lurked in the darkness of the night? With that unsettling thought in mind, John pulled the covers tighter around him and closed his eyes, hoping that the morning would bring answers and the chance to leave this mysterious and ominous place far behind. Tom had been on the road for hours. The desolate stretch of highway seemed to go on forever, with nothing but the endless expanse of the desert on either side. He had passed only a handful of cars, and the sun had long since set, casting a blanket of darkness over the landscape. The only source of light was his car's headlights slicing through the inky blackness. His gas gauge was edging dangerously close to empty, and panic began to creep into his mind. He had no choice but to pull over at the next gas station he found, no matter how isolated it might be. Just as he was starting to worry that he might run out of fuel before he reached one, he spotted a dimly lit sign in the distance. It read, "Crossroads Gas and Mart 2 miles ahead." Tom's heart skipped a beat. It was a lifeline in the middle of the desert. The Crossroads Gas and Mart looked like it had seen better days. Its neon sign flickered weakly, and the paint on the building was chipped and peeling. As Tom pulled into the gravel lot, he noticed that he was the only customer there. The place seemed deserted, and an eerie silence hung in the air. He parked his car next to the lone gas pump and climbed out. The wind was sharp and cold, and the darkness seemed to press in on him from all sides. He shivered as he approached the gas pump and grabbed the nozzle, trying to ignore the sense of unease that had settled over him. As Tom began to pump gas into his car, he noticed a figure in the dimly lit window of the convenience store. It was the gas station attendant, an old man with a weathered face and a stooped posture. He was staring at Tom with a vacant expression, as if he had been waiting for him to arrive. "Evening," Tom called out as he finished pumping gas. The old man didn't respond. He simply continued to stare. Tom decided to pay no mind to the strange behavior and headed into the convenience store. The interior was dimly lit, and the shelves were sparsely stocked with dusty, outdated products. It felt like a relic from a bygone era, a time when gas stations were more than just places to refuel. The old man behind the counter had a name tag that read Sam. His eyes were fixed on Tom as he approached. "Evening," Tom repeated, trying to break the eerie silence. "I could use a fill-up and something to eat. You still serving?" Sam nodded slowly, his gaze never leaving Tom. "Gas pumps out back. Help yourself to the menu. We got burgers, fries, and coffee. What'll it be?" Tom ordered a cheeseburger and a coffee, then headed out to pump gas. The wind had picked up and the sky was overcast. Tom couldn't help but feel a sense of isolation as he stood alone in the cold desert night, the gas station's surroundings seemingly empty for miles. Back inside, Tom took a seat at the counter. He watched as Sam prepared his meal, the old man's movements slow and deliberate. Tom couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the gas station and its lone attendant. The isolation, the eerie silence, and Sam's strange behavior all added to his unease. As he ate, Tom noticed a group of locals sitting at a corner booth, huddled together in hushed conversation. Their eyes darted towards him occasionally, but they said nothing. Tom tried to strike up a conversation with Sam to ease his discomfort. "Quiet night, huh?" he ventured. Sam nodded, his expression unchanging. "It's always quiet around here. Not much happens." Tom finished his meal in silence and pushed a few bills across the counter to cover the cost. As he prepared to leave, Sam spoke up. "Be careful out there. These roads can get tricky at night, especially in weather like this." Tom thanked Sam and headed out into the cold desert night. The wind cut through his jacket and he felt a chill run down his spine. The gas station's surroundings seemed desolate, almost otherworldly, as if he had stepped into another dimension. He climbed into his car and started the engine, the headlights cutting through the darkness as he pulled onto the empty highway. The road stretched out before him, a lonely ribbon of asphalt disappearing into the vast desert. As he drove, Tom couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. He glanced in the rearview mirror but saw nothing behind him. The sense of unease grew stronger. and he couldn't help but think of the locals at the gas station and their secretive conversation. Just as he was starting to feel paranoid, Tom spotted a pair of headlights approaching in the distance. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the company on this isolated stretch of road. As the vehicle drew nearer, he realized it was the same pickup truck that had been parked at the gas station. It was driving erratically, swerving from side to side. Tom slowed down, giving the truck plenty of space. He watched in growing concern as it veered dangerously close to the edge of the road. Suddenly, the pickup truck veered off the road and into the desert. Tom slammed on his brakes, his heart pounding in his chest. He watched in horror as the truck crashed through the sand and disappeared from sight. For a moment, Tom considered following the truck to see if the driver was okay. But the isolation of the desert and the unpredictability of the situation made him hesitate. He also couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. The way the truck had swerved and then veered off the road had been deliberate, almost intentional. After a few minutes of indecision, Tom decided to continue on his way. He reasoned that the driver of the pickup truck might have been drunk or reckless, and there was nothing he could do to help them in this desolate place. He put the incident out of his mind and focused on the road ahead. Miles passed, and Tom finally reached the outskirts of a small town. He pulled into a well-lit parking lot and checked into a motel, grateful for the chance to get out of the cold desert night. As he lay in bed, he couldn't stop thinking about the strange events of the evening. The gas station, the pickup truck, the erratic driver, and the mysterious locals. Something was not right in this place, and Tom couldn't shake the feeling that he had stumbled upon a secret that was best left buried. Just as he was starting to drift off to sleep, Tom heard the sound of the wind howling outside, but this time it was accompanied by a low, distant rumble of thunder. As he listened to the storm raging in the desert, a chilling thought crossed his mind. What if the gas station at Crossroads was a haven for secrets, and the storm was a harbinger of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface? With that unsettling thought in mind, Tom pulled the covers tighter around him and closed his eyes, hoping that the morning would bring answers and the chance to escape the eerie gas station at Crossroads. As the night wore on, Tom's unease only deepened, and he couldn't escape the feeling that he had only scratched the surface of a much deeper and darker mystery. The gas station at Crossroads held its secrets, and he was determined to uncover them, no matter the cost. The desert stretched out endlessly around Jack as he sped down the lonely highway. The sun was setting, casting long shadows over the barren landscape. He had been driving for hours, and his gas gauge was edging dangerously close to empty. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he scanned the horizon for any sign of a gas station. Just as panic began to set in, he spotted a dimly lit sign in the distance. It read, "Desert Oasis Gas and Mart, 5 miles ahead." Jack let out a sigh of relief and pushed his foot down on the accelerator. He couldn't afford to run out of gas in the middle of nowhere. As he approached the gas station, it became clear that Desert Oasis had seen better days. The neon sign flickered weakly and the paint on the building was faded and peeling. He pulled into the gravel lot, noticing that he was the only customer there. The place seemed deserted, and an eerie silence hung in the air. Jack parked his car next to the lone gas pump and climbed out. The wind was hot and dry, and the desert seemed to stretch out forever in every direction. He shivered despite the heat and approached the gas pump, trying to ignore the sense of unease that had settled over him. As he began to pump gas into his car, he noticed a figure in the dimly lit window of the convenience store. It was the gas station attendant, an elderly man with a weathered face and a distant look in his eyes. He was staring at Jack as if he had been waiting for him to arrive. "Evening," Jack called out as he finished pumping gas. The old man didn't respond. He simply continued to stare. Jack decided to pay no mind to the strange behavior and headed into the convenience store. The interior was dimly lit, and the shelves were sparsely stocked with dusty, outdated products. It felt like a relic from a bygone era, a time when gas stations were more than just places to refuel. The old man behind the counter had a name tag that read Frank. His eyes were fixed on Jack as he approached. "Evening," Jack repeated, trying to break the eerie silence. "I could use a fill-up and something to eat. You still serving?" Frank nodded slowly, his gaze never leaving Jack. Gas pumps out back. Help yourself to the menu. We got burgers, fries, and coffee. What'll it be? Jack ordered a cheeseburger and a coffee, then headed out to pump gas. The wind had picked up, and the sky was clear and filled with stars. He couldn't help but feel a sense of isolation as he stood alone in the desert night, the gas station's surroundings seemingly empty for miles. Back inside, Jack took a seat at the counter. He watched as Frank prepared his meal, the old man's movements slow and deliberate. Jack couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the gas station and its lone attendant. The isolation, the eerie silence, and Frank's strange behavior all added to his unease. As he ate, Jack noticed a group of locals sitting at a corner booth, huddled together in hushed conversation. Their eyes darted towards him occasionally, but they said nothing. Jack tried to strike up a conversation with Frank to ease his discomfort. "Quiet night, huh?" he ventured. Frank nodded, his expression unchanging. "It's always quiet around here, not much happens." Jack finished his meal in silence and pushed a few bills across the counter to cover the cost. As he prepared to leave, Frank spoke up. "Be careful out there." Jack thanked Frank and headed out into the desert night. The wind was hot and dry, and the sky was filled with stars. The gas station's surroundings seemed desolate. He climbed into his car and started the engine, the headlights cutting through the darkness as he pulled onto the empty highway. The road stretched out before him, a lonely ribbon of asphalt disappearing into the vast desert. As he drove, Jack couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. He glanced in the rearview mirror but saw nothing behind him. The sense of unease grew stronger, and he couldn't help but think of the locals at the gas station and their secretive conversation. Just as he was starting to feel paranoid, Jack spotted a pair of headlights approaching in the distance. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the company on this isolated stretch of road. As the vehicle drew nearer, he realized it was the same pickup truck that had been parked at the gas station. It was driving erratically, swerving from side to side. Jack slowed down, giving the truck plenty of space. He watched in growing concern as it veered dangerously close to the edge of the road. Suddenly, the pickup truck veered off the road and into the desert. Jack slammed on his brakes, his heart pounding in his chest. He watched in horror as the truck crashed through the sand and disappeared from sight. For a moment, Jack considered following the truck to see if the driver was okay. But the isolation of the desert and the unpredictability of the situation made him hesitate. He also couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. The way the truck had swerved and then veered off the road had been deliberate, almost intentional. After a few minutes of indecision, Jack decided to continue on his way. He reasoned that the driver of the pickup truck might have been drunk or reckless, and there was nothing he could do to help them in this desolate place. He put the incident out of his mind and focused on the road ahead. Miles passed, and Jack finally reached the outskirts of a small town. He pulled into a well-lit parking lot and checked into a motel, grateful for the chance to get out of the desert night. As he lay in bed, he couldn't stop thinking about the strange events of the evening. The gas station, the pickup truck, the erratic driver, and the mysterious locals. Something was not right in this place, and Jack couldn't shake the feeling that he had stumbled upon a secret that was best left buried. Just as he was starting to drift off to sleep, Jack heard the sound of the wind howling outside. But this time it was accompanied by a low, distant rumble of thunder. As he listened to the storm raging in the desert, a chilling thought crossed his mind. What if the gas station at Desert Oasis was a haven for secrets, and the storm was a harbinger of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface? With that unsettling thought in mind, Jack pulled the covers tighter around him and closed his eyes, hoping that the morning would bring answers and the chance to escape the eerie gas station at Desert Oasis. As the night wore on, Jack's unease only deepened, and he couldn't escape the feeling that he had only scratched the surface of a much deeper and darker mystery. The gas station at Desert Oasis held its secrets, and he was determined to uncover them no matter the cost. My family had just moved into a new home. It was a large, two-story house in a quiet suburban neighborhood. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the street as we pulled into the driveway. We were all exhausted from the move, but we couldn't wait to settle into our new place. The house had a strange aura about it, even from the outside. It stood eerily still in the growing darkness, its windows reflecting the fading twilight. As we stepped out of the car, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us, lurking in the shadows. My wife Sarah and I exchanged nervous glances, but we brushed off our unease as a product of the long day. We had 2 kids, Emily and Jack, who were equally eager to explore their new home. We grabbed our bags and headed inside. The interior of the house was grand, but it had an old-world charm that creeped me out. The wooden floors creaked with each step, and the walls were adorned with faded wallpaper that hinted at the house's long history. We started unpacking, hoping that making the house our own would ease our discomfort. That first night was restless. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to shake the feeling that something was off. The house seemed to groan and sigh as if it held secrets within its walls. I finally drifted off to sleep, but my dreams were plagued by dark shadows and whispered voices. In the days that followed, strange occurrences became a regular part of our lives. Objects would move on their own, and we would hear faint, disembodied footsteps in the hallway at night. Sarah and I tried to reassure each other that it was just our imaginations playing tricks on us, but deep down, we knew something wasn't right. One evening, as I was helping Emily with her homework in the dining room, I caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure out of the corner of my eye. I turned, but there was nothing there. Emily looked at me, concern in her eyes. "Daddy, I saw it too," she whispered. "What did you see?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. It looked like a tall man, but he was all black like a shadow. He was standing by the door. I felt a chill run down my spine. I didn't want to scare my daughter, so I tried to dismiss it. "It must have been your imagination, sweetie. This house is just new to us, that's all." But as the days turned into weeks, the encounters with the shadowy figure became more frequent. Jack claimed to have seen it as well, always lurking in the corners of his room. Sarah and I decided it was time to investigate. We did some research on the house's history and discovered that it had been built in the late 19th century. Several families had lived here over the years, but none had stayed for long. There were rumors of tragedy and strange occurrences associated with the house, but no concrete details. One night, after putting the kids to bed, Sarah and I decided to stay up and see if we could catch a glimpse of the shadowy figure ourselves. We sat in the living room, the only source of light coming from a single lamp. Hours passed in silence, but nothing happened. Sarah was beginning to nod off when I suddenly saw movement in the hallway. I motioned for her to be quiet and pointed toward the shadowy figure. There it was, just as the children had described. A tall, dark silhouette stood in the hallway, unmoving. We watched in terror as it seemed to glide closer, its form becoming more defined. It had a human shape, but its features were obscured by the impenetrable darkness. My heart pounded in my chest as I struggled to make sense of what I was seeing. Sarah's grip on my hand tightened, and I could see the fear in her eyes. The figure was now at the entrance of the living room, just a few feet away from us. Then, without warning, it vanished. One moment it was there, and the next it was gone, leaving us in stunned silence. We decided it was time to seek professional help. We contacted a paranormal investigator named Dr. Henderson, who had experience dealing with cases like ours. He arrived a few days later with a team of researchers and equipment. Dr. Henderson conducted a thorough investigation of the house, using various tools to measure electromagnetic fields and detect any unusual energy patterns. The team also set up cameras and audio recorders in different rooms. As we watched the monitors in the living room, we saw shadows darting across the hallway and heard faint whispers on the audio recordings. Dr. Henderson's team seemed both excited and unnerved by the evidence they were collecting. After a long night of investigation, Dr. Henderson sat us down in the living room to discuss his findings. "There's definitely something strange happening in this house," he began. "We've captured unexplained phenomena on our equipment, and I believe there's a strong presence here." "What can we do about it?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. Dr. Henderson looked thoughtful. "I recommend a more in-depth investigation, including a psychic medium who can try to communicate with whatever is in this house. It's possible that it's a residual energy or a trapped spirit." We agreed to the medium's involvement, desperate for answers. The following week, a woman named Eliza arrived at our home. She had a calm demeanor and a soothing presence that immediately put us at ease. Eliza began her investigation by walking through the house, her eyes closed as if she were tuning into something beyond our perception. She stopped in the hallway where we had seen the shadowy figure and gasped softly. "There's a strong energy here," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's a presence that's trapped, unable to move on. It's filled with anger and sadness." She continued to explore the house, describing the sensations and emotions she was picking up on. As she entered Jack's room, her expression changed. "This is where it's strongest," she said. "The entity seems to be fixated on your son." We exchanged worried glances. Eliza suggested conducting a seance in Jack's room to try and communicate with the entity. We agreed, hoping it would provide us with some answers and a way to help our son. That night we gathered in Jack's room, the lights dimmed and a single candle flickering on the floor. Eliza sat in the center and we joined hands in a circle. She began to speak softly, calling out to the entity. The room grew colder and we could see our breath in the air. Suddenly, Jack's toys started moving on their own as if manipulated by invisible hands. Emily gasped, and I squeezed her hand to reassure her. "Who are you?" Eliza asked, her voice steady. A low, guttural voice echoed through the room, sending shivers down our spines. "I am the guardian. I watch. I protect." "Protect?" Eliza questioned. "Protect whom?" "Jack," the voice replied, sending a chill through the room. "He is mine to protect." We exchanged frightened glances. Eliza continued to communicate with the entity, trying to understand its motives. It seemed to believe that Jack was in danger, and that it needed to keep him safe at all costs. As the seance went on, the entity's messages grew more frantic and aggressive. It warned us to leave the house, to take Jack away from this place. It claimed that there were other malevolent entities in the house, and it was the only thing standing between us and them. We were terrified, unsure of what to believe. Eliza finally closed the seance and we sat in Jack's room trying to process everything we had just experienced. The room felt heavy with the presence of the entity, and we knew that we couldn't stay in the house any longer. Over the next few days, we packed up our belongings and made arrangements to stay with Sarah's parents while we figured out our next steps. Eliza blessed the house and performed a cleansing ritual, hoping to drive away the malevolent entities that had taken residence there. As we drove away from the house for the last time, I couldn't help but look back at it in the rearview mirror. It stood there, looming in the distance, a dark and foreboding presence that seemed to watch us go. We never returned to that house, and we tried to put the terrifying ordeal behind us. Jack seemed to recover from the trauma, and our lives slowly returned to normal. But we would always carry the memory of the shadowed guardian and the malevolent entities that had haunted our home. To this day, I can't help but wonder about the true nature of the entity that had claimed to protect us. Was it a benevolent force, or was it something more sinister, using our fear and vulnerability to its advantage? One thing was certain. We would never forget the shadowed guardian and the nightmare that had unfolded in our new home. And as we drove away from that cursed house, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still watching, still waiting in the depths of the darkness. My name is Ethan, and I've always had a fascination with the woods. Ever since I was a child, I would spend hours exploring the dense forests that surrounded my family's cabin. The trees, the wildlife, the feeling of being surrounded by nature's secrets. It all drew me in like a moth to a flame. But as I would soon discover, some secrets are best left untouched. It was a crisp, moonlit night when it all began. The woods had always been a place of comfort and solace for me. But that night, as I ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was different. Something was watching me. I had brought my trusty flashlight, but even its beam seemed feeble in the vast expanse of the trees. I pushed onward, the crunch of leaves and twigs beneath my boots the only sound in the otherwise silent night. The forest was a labyrinth of shadows, and my imagination played tricks on me. I thought I saw movement in the corner of my eye, heard faint whispers carried by the wind, and felt the temperature drop whenever I paused to catch my breath. Still, I brushed it off as my own paranoia and continued my journey. Hours passed, and I had lost all sense of time and direction. The moon hung low in the sky, casting eerie silhouettes of the trees on the forest floor. That's when I stumbled upon it, a clearing bathed in moonlight with an ancient gnarled tree at its center. The tree was unlike anything I had ever seen. Its bark was a deep, almost obsidian black, and its branches twisted and contorted as if they were reaching out for something. or someone. The air around it felt heavy and oppressive, and the silence was suffocating. Despite my unease, I couldn't tear my eyes away from the tree. It had an otherworldly beauty, a sinister allure that drew me closer. I reached out to touch its bark, my fingers trembling as they made contact with the rough surface. That's when I heard it, a soft, mournful whisper like the sigh of a dying breeze. It seemed to emanate from the tree itself, as if it held the secrets of the forest within its ancient heart. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice barely audible even to my own ears. The whisper grew louder, more insistent, and I could make out words, faint and fragmented. "Guardian. Forsaken. Beware." I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. The tree, the clearing, the whole forest. It felt wrong, like a nightmare brought to life. Panic gripped me and I turned to run, but the path I had followed had vanished, replaced by an impenetrable wall of trees. I was trapped. The whispering grew louder, more frantic, and the shadows seemed to come alive, twisting and writhing as if they had a life of their own. I had to get out of there, had to escape the suffocating darkness closing in around me. Frantically, I retraced my steps, stumbling over roots and underbrush as I tried to find my way back to the safety of the cabin. But the forest had changed, as if it had rearranged itself to keep me captive. The trees loomed like ancient sentinels, their branches reaching out to ensnare me. Hours turned into days, or at least it felt that way. I was exhausted, my body aching from the relentless pursuit of escape. The whispers had grown louder, more menacing, and I could feel a malevolent presence lurking just beyond the edge of my vision. I had lost all sense of time and reality. The forest had become a nightmarish labyrinth, and I was its unwilling prisoner. I knew then that I had trespassed into something beyond my comprehension, something ancient and vengeful. Just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I stumbled upon a small, dilapidated cabin hidden deep within the woods. It was a decrepit, rotting structure, but it offered shelter from the relentless darkness that had pursued me. Inside, I found a dusty, tattered journal on a wooden table. Its pages were filled with the frenzied writings of a previous occupant, someone who had also been ensnared by the forest's sinister grip. "Guardian of the woods," the journal read. "Beware its whispers, its seductive call. It promises secrets, power, but it's a trap, a malevolent force that feeds on the lost and the forsaken. I have seen things in these woods, things that should never have existed." The journal spoke of a ritual, a way to appease the guardian and escape its clutches. Desperate and terrified, I followed the instructions, reciting the incantation as the whispers grew louder and the shadows closed in around me. Suddenly, the cabin shook as if caught in a violent storm. The walls groaned and the roof threatened to collapse. I could hear the guardian's furious howls, its rage echoing through the trees. But then, as suddenly as it had begun, the chaos stopped. The cabin was still, and the forest outside seemed to have lost interest in me. I cautiously stepped outside, and to my astonishment, I found myself standing at the edge of the woods, just a stone's throw from the cabin. The guardian had released me. I stumbled back to my family's cabin, disheveled and traumatized. I didn't speak of my ordeal, not wanting to burden my loved ones with the horrors I had witnessed. But the memory of that night, of the guardian and the whispers, haunted my dreams. Years passed, and I tried to put the forest and its malevolent guardian behind me. I got married, had children of my own, and moved far away from those cursed woods. But the memory of that night was always there, lurking in the shadows of my mind. Then, one fateful night as I lay in bed, I heard it. The soft, mournful whisper, the same one I had heard in the clearing so long ago. It echoed through the darkness, filling my room with dread. "Guardian forsaken, beware." My heart raced, and I knew that the guardian had not forgotten me. It had followed me, waiting for the right moment to reclaim what it believed was rightfully its own. I never went back to the woods, but the guardian's whispers grew louder with each passing night. It seemed to seep into every corner of my life, poisoning my thoughts and driving me to the brink of madness. I tried to protect my family, to shield them from the malevolent force that had taken hold of me, but it was futile. The guardian's whispers grew louder, more insistent, until I could no longer resist its call. One night, as the moon hung low in the sky, I left my home and ventured into the darkness, drawn by the sinister allure of the guardian and the secrets it promised. The woods had claimed me once again, and this time I knew there was no escape. As I walked deeper into the forest, the shadows closed in around me, and the whispers became a deafening cacophony. I was no longer a trespasser. I was a willing servant, bound to the guardian for eternity. And so I remain lost in the depths of the woods, a forsaken soul ensnared by the malevolent force that dwells within. The guardian's whispers are my only companions now, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurks in the heart of the woods beyond midnight. It was a sweltering summer night in the heart of the city. The relentless heat had driven most of the residents indoors, seeking refuge in the cool embrace of air conditioning. But not me. I had always been drawn to the city's nocturnal side, its secrets and shadows that came alive after dark. With my headphones on and the city's pulse reverberating through my veins, I decided to take a late-night walk. The streets were nearly empty, bathed in the pale glow of streetlights that flickered like dying stars. I walked with purpose, the rhythmic beat of my music matching the cadence of my footsteps. As I turned down a dimly lit alley, my senses heightened. There was something unsettling about the deserted streets, a feeling that I couldn't quite shake. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something lurking in the shadows. There was no one there, of course, just the empty alley and the distant hum of the city. I forced myself to shake off the unease and continued my journey. It was when I reached the bridge that spans the river that I first noticed it, the shadowy figure that seemed to materialize out of thin air. It was a tall, imposing silhouette, shrouded in darkness and devoid of any discernible features. It stood beneath a flickering streetlight, motionless, as if waiting for something. My heart skipped a beat as I quickened my pace. I tried to convince myself that it was just a trick of the light, a figment of my overactive imagination. But as I glanced over my shoulder again, the figure was still there, closer now and undeniably real. I continued to walk, my heart pounding in my chest. I told myself to stay calm, that there was a logical explanation for this. Maybe it was just a late-night wanderer, lost in thought like I was. But the nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach told me otherwise. As I crossed the bridge and descended a flight of stairs that led to the riverbank, I realized that the figure was following me. Its movements were slow and deliberate, always keeping a fixed distance. I could hear the soft, rhythmic echo of its footsteps, a haunting accompaniment to the music in my ears. I considered turning back, confronting the figure, demanding an explanation for its unsettling presence. But a deep sense of dread held me back. I knew that whatever or whoever this was, it was no ordinary stranger. I walked along the river, my footsteps echoing in the desolate night. The city's skyline loomed overhead, a dark, towering presence that seemed to press down on me. The figure continued to follow, its presence an ominous shadow at the edge of my perception. I couldn't take it anymore. I stopped in my tracks, ripping the headphones from my ears and turning to face the figure. It was closer now, just a few yards away, and I could see that it wore a long, tattered coat that billowed in the night breeze. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice quivering with a mixture of fear and anger. The figure remained silent, its form shrouded in darkness. I took a step closer, my heart pounding in my chest. I said, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Still there was no response. The figure seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, its presence a looming, oppressive force. I took a deep breath, my instincts screaming at me to run, to escape this menacing presence. But I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. I had to know who or what I was dealing with. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Finally, the figure spoke, its voice a hollow, whispering rasp that felt cold. "I seek redemption." The words hung in the air like a sinister omen. Redemption? What did that mean? And why did this figure's presence fill me with such an overwhelming sense of dread? I took another step closer, my curiosity overpowering my fear. Redemption for what? The figure hesitated, as if struggling to find the right words. For the sins of the past. For the darkness that haunts my soul. I felt a chill run down my spine. The figure's words were cryptic, filled with a sense of profound sorrow and regret. I couldn't help but be drawn in, as if I were unraveling a mystery that I was never meant to uncover. "Who are you?" I asked again, my voice trembling. The figure finally stepped into the dim glow of a nearby streetlight, revealing a face that was both familiar and utterly alien. Its features were contorted, twisted by some unseen torment, and its eyes bore into mine with a haunting intensity. "I am a reflection of your own darkness," it said, its voice echoing in my mind. "I am the embodiment of your deepest fears and regrets." I stumbled back, a sense of dread washing over me. It couldn't be true, couldn't be real. This figure, this shadowy presence, it was a manifestation of my own inner demons. "Get away from me," I whispered, my heart pounding in my chest. But the figure remained, its eyes never leaving mine. "I cannot be banished so easily, for I am a part of you." I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing in the empty streets. The figure followed, always at a fixed distance, as if it were tethered to me by an invisible thread. Panic coursed through my veins as I sprinted through the city, desperate to escape the relentless pursuit of my own darkness. I didn't know how long I ran or where I was headed. All I knew was that I had to get away from the figure, from the haunting presence that threatened to consume me. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I couldn't stop. Eventually, I found myself in a deserted park surrounded by trees and darkness. I collapsed onto a park bench, gasping for breath, my heart pounding in my chest. I looked around, expecting to see the figure closing in on me, but it was gone. I sat there in the darkness, my mind reeling from the encounter. The figure had vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving me alone with my thoughts and my fear. I couldn't deny the truth any longer. The figure, the darkness, it was a part of me, a manifestation of my own inner demons. It had followed me, haunted me, and forced me to confront the darkness that lurked within my own soul. As I sat in the park, the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, casting a faint glow over the city. I knew that I could never escape the shadowy figure, for it was a part of me, a reflection of my own fears and regrets. And as I watched the city awaken, I couldn't help but wonder if redemption was truly possible, if I could ever find a way to confront and conquer the darkness that dwelled within me. My name is Alex, and I never thought I'd be telling a story like this. It all began when my girlfriend Emily started acting strange, stranger than I could have ever imagined. Emily and I had been together for over 2 years, and for the most part, our relationship was perfect. We shared the same interests, had the same sense of humor, and couldn't get enough of each other's company. But something changed one fateful summer evening, and it was the beginning of a descent into madness I could never have predicted. It was a warm, balmy night when Emily and I decided to take a walk in the park near our apartment. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the grass, and the air was filled with the gentle hum of crickets. It was the kind of night that made you feel alive, and Emily and I relished the opportunity to spend it together. As we strolled hand in hand, I couldn't help but admire how the moonlight played on her features, casting a soft glow over her face. She had always been beautiful, but that night, she looked positively ethereal. But then, as we reached the center of the park, Emily suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her grip on my hand tightened, and her eyes, once bright and full of life, took on a distant, vacant look. "Emily, what's wrong?" I asked, my concern growing. She didn't respond, didn't even acknowledge my presence. Instead, she began to mutter under her breath, her words unintelligible. It was as if she had been transported to another world, one that I couldn't see or understand. I tried to snap her out of it, gently shaking her shoulder and calling her name, but it was as if she were in a trance. Her muttering grew louder, more frantic, and I could see the fear in her eyes. "Emily, snap out of it," I pleaded, my heart racing. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the episode ended. Emily blinked as if waking from a dream and looked at me with a bewildered expression. "What just happened?" she asked, her voice trembling. I couldn't answer, couldn't comprehend what had just occurred. I was relieved that she was back to herself, but a nagging unease settled in the pit of my stomach. We decided to cut our walk short and headed back to our apartment. Emily seemed shaken, but she couldn't provide any explanation for her strange behavior. She blamed it on stress and fatigue, and I wanted to believe her. But as the days went by, Emily's odd episodes became more frequent. She would zone out at random moments, her eyes losing focus as she muttered incomprehensible words. Sometimes, she would wake up in the middle of the night screaming in terror, unable to remember her nightmares. I was worried sick about her, but she insisted that she was fine, that it was just a phase. She brushed off my concerns, even though I could see the toll it was taking on her. Her once vibrant personality had become muted and withdrawn. Then one evening, as we were having dinner, Emily did something that sent chills down my spine. She suddenly stopped eating, her fork hovering halfway to her mouth, and her eyes locked onto mine with a malevolent intensity I had never seen before. "Emily, what's wrong?" I asked, my voice trembling. She didn't respond, didn't blink. Instead, she began to speak, but it wasn't her voice that came out of her mouth. It was a low, guttural growl filled with an otherworldly malevolence that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. "Leave, now," the voice hissed. "Leave, before it's too late." I recoiled in horror, pushing my chair back from the table. Emily's eyes cleared, and she looked at me with confusion and fear. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice trembling. I couldn't find the words to explain what had just happened. I felt like I was losing my mind, like reality itself was unraveling before my eyes. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay awake in bed, listening to Emily's soft breathing beside me. I didn't know what to do, who to turn to for help. It felt like I was trapped in a waking nightmare, and I couldn't escape. The days that followed were a blur of fear and uncertainty. Emily's episodes grew worse, and I could see the toll it was taking on her physically and emotionally. She had dark circles under her eyes, and her once lustrous hair had lost its shine. I tried to research her symptoms online, but I couldn't find any answers. It was as if whatever was afflicting her defied explanation. I begged her to see a doctor, but she refused, insisting that it was just a phase and that it would pass. Then one evening, as I was sitting in the living room, I heard Emily talking to herself in the bedroom. It wasn't the muttering I had grown accustomed to. It was a full-blown conversation, as if she were speaking to someone else. I tiptoed to the bedroom door and listened, my heart pounding in my chest. Emily's voice was filled with anger and desperation, and she was pleading with someone, or something. "No, please, I can't do it," she sobbed. "You promised you would leave him alone." I pushed the bedroom door open, and what I saw sent shockwaves through my body. Emily was sitting on the edge of the bed, her eyes wide with terror as she spoke to an empty corner of the room. "Who are you talking to?" I demanded, my voice trembling. Emily turned to me, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and despair. "It won't leave me alone, Alex. It's always there, watching, waiting. It wants something from me, something I can't give." I didn't know what to say, how to help her. I felt utterly powerless in the face of whatever was tormenting her. That night, I decided to set up a camera in the bedroom, hoping to capture evidence of Emily's strange behavior. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to her episodes, something sinister and inexplicable. As I reviewed the footage the next morning, my blood ran cold. In the darkness of the bedroom, I could see Emily sitting on the bed, her eyes vacant as she spoke to the empty corner of the room. But there was something else, something I couldn't explain. A shadowy figure, barely visible in the dim light, seemed to materialize in the corner of the room. It was tall and hunched, its form shifting and contorting as if it were made of smoke and darkness. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was as if I had captured evidence of the malevolent presence that had taken hold of Emily. But what was it? And what did it want from her? I decided to seek help from a paranormal investigator, hoping that they could provide answers and a way to help Emily. The investigator, a man named Dr. Mitchell, arrived at our apartment with a team of researchers and equipment. They conducted a thorough investigation, using electromagnetic field detectors and audio recording devices. As they worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that the apartment was filled with an oppressive energy, as if something was watching us. Hours passed, and the investigators finally sat down with me to discuss their findings. Dr. Mitchell had a grave expression on his face, and I could tell that he had seen something that disturbed him. "We've detected unusual energy patterns in your apartment," he began. "And we've captured some disturbing audio recordings." He played a recording for me, and I felt a chill run down my spine. It was Emily's voice, but it was distorted, filled with anguish and despair. She was pleading with someone, or something. "I can't do it," she sobbed. "I can't give you what you want." The recording made my blood freeze. I had heard those words before, in the bedroom that night when Emily had spoken to the empty corner. Dr. Mitchell continued, "We believe that your girlfriend is being tormented by a malevolent entity, one that feeds on her fear and despair. It's a parasitic entity that has attached itself to her, and it won't let go without a fight." I was horrified by the revelation. I couldn't believe that something so sinister could have taken hold of Emily. I asked Dr. Mitchell if there was a way to remove the entity, to free her from its torment. He nodded solemnly. "There is a ritual that can banish the entity, but it won't be easy. We'll need to perform it tonight during the peak of its activity, and we'll need your help." I agreed without hesitation, desperate to free Emily from the entity's grip. Dr. Mitchell and his team spent the day preparing for the ritual, gathering candles, incense, and other tools. As night fell, we gathered in the living room, ready to confront the malevolent entity. The atmosphere in the apartment was heavy with tension, and I could feel the entity's presence lurking in the shadows. Dr. Mitchell began the ritual, reciting incantations and performing sacred gestures. The room seemed to come alive with energy, as if the very air were charged with power. As the ritual reached its climax, I heard a low, guttural growl emanate from the darkness. The entity was fighting back, resisting its banishment. The room grew colder and the candles flickered as if they were about to be extinguished. But Dr. Mitchell pressed on, his voice unwavering. He called upon higher powers to aid us in our battle against the malevolent entity. I could feel the weight of its presence lifting, as if it were being torn away from Emily. And then, with a final, triumphant incantation, Dr. Mitchell banished the entity from our apartment. The room seemed to brighten, and I could feel a sense of peace wash over me. It was finally over. Emily sat on the floor, her eyes wide with bewilderment. She looked at me as if she had just woken from a nightmare. What happened?" she asked, her voice trembling. I helped her to her feet and held her tightly. "It's over, Emily. The entity is gone. You're safe now." She nodded, tears streaming down her face. It was as if she had been freed from a prison of fear and despair. In the days that followed, Emily seemed like her old self again. Her strange episodes had ceased, and her vibrant personality had returned. We couldn't explain what had happened, but we were grateful that it was finally over. As I sat with Emily one evening holding her hand, she looked at me with gratitude and love in her eyes. "Thank you, Alex. You saved me." I smiled and kissed her forehead. "I would do anything for you, Emily. I'm just glad you're okay." But even as we embraced, I couldn't help but wonder what had really happened. What had caused Emily to be tormented by the malevolent entity in the first place? And I couldn't shake the feeling that there were secrets lurking in the shadows, waiting to be uncovered. As the days turned into weeks, I continued to research the paranormal, desperate to find answers. I discovered stories of entities that attached themselves to vulnerable individuals, feeding on their fear and despair. They were ancient and malevolent, and they would stop at nothing to claim their victims. I couldn't help but wonder if there were others out there, like Emily, who were being tormented by these sinister entities. And I knew that I had to find a way to protect them, to banish the darkness that lurked in the shadows. As I delved deeper into the world of the paranormal, I couldn't shake the feeling that our battle against the malevolent entity was far from over. There were forces beyond our understanding, lurking in the darkness, waiting to be uncovered. And I was determined to confront them no matter the cost. For in the shadows, in the hidden corners of the world, there were secrets waiting to be uncovered, and I was determined to uncover them. The darkness may have taken hold of Emily, but it would not claim any more victims on my watch. As I sit here alone in this forgotten room, the memories of that fateful summer flood back, like a relentless tide of darkness. I never thought I'd be entangled in something so sinister, so surreal. But here I am, recounting my story, hoping that it serves as a cautionary tale. It all began innocently enough. I had recently graduated from college, eager to embark on the adventure of adult life. The world stretched out before me, full of possibilities. I had moved to a new city and was slowly settling into my job. But something was missing, a sense of belonging, a community. Little did I know that longing would lead me down a path I could never have imagined. One sunny afternoon, while sipping coffee at a local cafe, I noticed a flyer on the community board. It was an invitation to a gathering promising enlightenment and inner peace. The group called themselves the Cult of the Silent Shadows. The flyer showed a serene, masked figure bathed in moonlight, holding a candle. It piqued my curiosity, and with nothing to lose, I decided to attend their meeting. The address led me to an unassuming building on the outskirts of town. I entered a room filled with people of all ages, races, and backgrounds. The atmosphere was warm and inviting, and I felt an immediate sense of camaraderie. It seemed like the community I had been searching for. Their leader, a charismatic man named Gabriel, took the stage. He was a tall figure with piercing blue eyes and an air of magnetism that was impossible to ignore. He spoke eloquently about the struggles of modern life, the chaos of the world, and the need for inner tranquility. "We are the Silent Shadows," he proclaimed, "and we offer you a path to serenity, away from the noise and distractions of the outside world." His words resonated with me as they did with everyone else in the room. Gabriel spoke of meditation, mindfulness, and the power of silence in a world filled with constant chatter. It all sounded so appealing, so simple. Over the next few weeks, I attended the Silent Shadows gatherings regularly. The teachings became the anchor of my life. Gabriel's charisma and the sense of belonging I found within the group were addictive. I was not alone in my devotion; many others were equally captivated. As the days turned into months, the group's activities grew more intense. We were encouraged to immerse ourselves fully in their teachings. I began spending more time with my fellow members, often at the cult's secluded retreat deep in the woods. It was during one of these retreats that I began to notice something strange. The teachings, once focused on meditation and mindfulness, had taken a darker turn. Gabriel spoke of the need to shed our former selves, to become shadows of our former lives. He preached the power of silence, not just as a form of meditation, but as a way of life. The group started practicing silence for days at a time, communicating only through gestures and writing. We were discouraged from contacting our families and friends outside the cult, as they were seen as distractions from our true purpose. I began to feel a growing unease, but my attachment to Gabriel and the community kept me from questioning too deeply. I was not alone in my hesitation, but no one dared to speak out against the charismatic leader. One evening, as the sun set behind the trees, Gabriel gathered us around a roaring bonfire. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Gabriel announced that to become true Silent Shadows, we must undergo a ritual of purification. The ritual involved fasting for 3 days, spending all our waking hours in complete silence and meditating by the fire. It was meant to cleanse our minds and souls, to make us more receptive to the cult's teachings. I felt a knot of dread in my stomach, but couldn't bring myself to refuse. As the days of fasting passed, I became increasingly weak. My body ached, and my mind felt like a stormy sea. The silence, once soothing, now pressed down on me like a heavy weight. It was as if we were all sinking into a darkness, a collective silence that threatened to swallow us whole. On the third night of the ritual, something changed. As we meditated around the fire, the flames seemed to dance with an eerie, unnatural intensity. Gabriel stood at the center, his eyes closed in deep concentration. Then, with a sudden and unsettling calmness, he began to chant in a language I didn't recognize. The chant grew louder and more fervent, and the flames leaped higher, casting bizarre, flickering shadows on the faces of the cult members. I watched in growing horror as the atmosphere shifted from one of serenity to something altogether different. It was at that moment that I realized the true nature of the Silent Shadows. We were not a community seeking enlightenment and inner peace. We were pawns in Gabriel's grand delusion. He had manipulated us into a cult of silence, using our vulnerability and desire for belonging against us. I knew I had to escape. With trembling hands, I rose from my meditation spot and slowly backed away from the fire. The cult members were so engrossed in the ritual that they didn't notice my departure. I slipped into the darkness of the woods, my heart pounding like a drum. As I made my way back to civilization, I couldn't help but wonder about the fate of my fellow cult members. Had they truly become the Silent Shadows Gabriel had envisioned? Or had they fallen victim to a madness born of silence and isolation? I reported the cult to the authorities, but by the time they arrived at the retreat, it was empty. Gabriel and his followers had vanished, leaving behind only the lingering echoes of their chilling silence. In the years that followed, I rebuilt my life, forever haunted by the memory of the Silent Shadows. I learned the hard way that the quest for belonging and purpose can sometimes lead us down the darkest of paths, and I vowed to never let the shadows of silence consume me again. But even now, as I sit here alone, I can't shake the feeling that Gabriel and his cult are still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for their next unsuspecting victim. The darkness of that summer still clings to me, a constant reminder of the horrors that can hide behind a mask of serenity. Months had passed since my escape from the cult of the silent shadows. I had rebuilt my life, but the memories of that nightmarish experience continued to haunt my every waking moment. I couldn't help but wonder what had become of my fellow cult members, and whether Gabriel and his twisted teachings still held them in their grip. I kept a low profile, fearing that the cult might somehow track me down. My days were spent in constant vigilance, always watching my back, always on edge. But I couldn't shake the feeling that Gabriel and his followers were out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. One day, as I was going through my mail, I came across a letter. It was an anonymous message, a simple piece of paper with a single word written in bold letters: silence. My heart raced as I realized that the cult had found me, or at least someone who knew about my past involvement with them. I had to find out who sent the letter, and more importantly, whether the cult was still active. I began to dig deeper, retracing my steps and reaching out to former cult members who had managed to break free like me. It wasn't easy. Many were still too frightened to talk, but gradually I pieced together a picture of what had transpired after my escape. It seemed that in the wake of my departure, the cult had become even more secretive and reclusive. They had changed their meeting locations frequently, always staying one step ahead of anyone who might be looking for them. Gabriel's hold on his followers had grown stronger, and his teachings had taken a more extreme turn. Rumors circulated that the cult had become involved in criminal activities, using their collective silence as a cover for illegal operations. But these were only whispers, and concrete information was hard to come by. Determined to expose the cult and bring an end to their reign of silence, I reached out to a journalist friend who had a reputation for investigating secretive organizations. With the evidence I had gathered, we began to dig deeper into the activities of the cult of the silent shadows. Our investigation led us down a twisted and treacherous path. We followed leads, interviewed former cult members, and even managed to infiltrate some of their gatherings undercover. What we discovered was chilling. The cult had evolved into a tightly knit, secretive society with Gabriel as its unquestioned leader. His charisma and manipulative tactics had only grown more potent over time. The members had become fanatical in their devotion, believing that silence was the key to ultimate enlightenment. But behind the facade of serenity and inner peace lay a darker truth. The cult had indeed become involved in criminal activities, ranging from money laundering to extortion. Their network stretched far and wide, with members in positions of power and influence across various industries. As we delved deeper into our investigation, we realized that exposing the cult would not be easy. They had eyes and ears everywhere, and anyone who tried to speak out against them faced threats, intimidation, and even violence. But we were determined to unmask the shadows and bring an end to their reign of terror. We compiled our findings, collected evidence, and prepared to blow the lid off the cult of the silent shadows. Our investigative report was set to be published in a major newspaper, promising to expose the cult's criminal activities and the dangers they posed to society. But as the publication date drew nearer, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into a trap. My fears were realized on the night before the report was scheduled to be released. I received another anonymous message, this time more ominous than the first. It was a simple warning: silence is golden. I immediately contacted my journalist friend, and we decided to go public with the threats we had received. We believed that the cult would think twice about taking any drastic action if their actions were brought to light. The next day, as the report hit the headlines, the cult's reaction was swift and brutal. They released a statement denying all allegations and accusing us of spreading lies and slander. Gabriel, in a chilling video message, warned that those who sought to expose the cult's secrets would face dire consequences. Despite our fears, we pressed on, believing that the power of truth and justice would prevail. But the cult was not to be underestimated. They launched a campaign of harassment and intimidation against us, trying to discredit our investigation and silence us through any means necessary. As the pressure mounted, my journalist friend and I received a tip that Gabriel and his inner circle would be holding a secret gathering in an isolated location. It was an opportunity we couldn't pass up. We contacted law enforcement and provided them with the information we had gathered. On the night of the raid, we accompanied the police to the remote location where the cult's gathering was taking place. The tension was palpable as we approached the compound. We knew that this would be the moment of reckoning, the final showdown with the cult of the Silent Shadows. As we stormed the compound, a fierce battle ensued. Gabriel and his followers, armed with unwavering devotion and a willingness to protect their secrets at all costs, put up a formidable resistance. But the combined efforts of law enforcement and the evidence we had gathered proved to be their undoing. Gabriel was arrested, and his mask of charisma finally shattered. The cult members were taken into custody, their reign of silence broken. The truth about their criminal activities was exposed for the world to see. In the aftermath of the raid, I couldn't help but reflect on the journey that had led me from a naive seeker of belonging to an unwitting victim of a dangerous cult, and finally to a crusader for justice. The cult of the Silent Shadows had been dismantled, its darkness brought into the light. But the scars it had left on my psyche and the lives of its former members would never fully heal. I had learned the hard way that the search for meaning and community could sometimes lead to places of unimaginable darkness. The experience left me with a profound sense of caution and a determination to be vigilant against the allure of charismatic leaders and their promises of enlightenment. As I looked back on the long and harrowing journey, I couldn't help but wonder if the shadows of the cult would ever truly fade away, or if they would continue to haunt me, like a lingering echo of silence in the darkest corners of my mind. My name is Sarah, and I grew up in a quiet suburban neighborhood with my loving parents, David and Linda, and my younger brother, Michael. We were an ordinary family, leading an ordinary life. Our days were filled with school, work, and the occasional family outing. But that all changed one fateful day. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when we first encountered the cult. David had taken us to the local farmers market, a place we often visited on weekends. As we strolled among the stalls, sampling fresh produce and enjoying the vibrant atmosphere, a woman approached us. She was dressed in simple robes, her demeanor calm and serene. "Hello," she said with a warm smile. "I couldn't help but notice your family. You seem like kindred spirits." We exchanged pleasantries, and the woman introduced herself as Emily. She spoke of a community called the Tranquil Souls, a group of like-minded individuals seeking inner peace and enlightenment. Emily's words were captivating, and we found ourselves drawn to her presence. Over the following weeks, Emily became a frequent visitor to our home. She brought with her the teachings of the Tranquil Souls, a philosophy centered around mindfulness, meditation, and a simpler way of life. She spoke of finding tranquility in a chaotic world, and her words resonated deeply with my family. One evening, as we sat around the dinner table, Emily proposed that we attend one of the Tranquil Souls gatherings. "It's an opportunity to experience our community firsthand," she said, "to see if it aligns with your desires for inner peace." We were hesitant at first, but the allure of tranquility and the sense of belonging that Emily offered were too enticing to resist. With her guidance, we made the decision to visit the Tranquil Souls. Our first gathering with the Tranquil Souls was held in an idyllic rural setting. A small group of people dressed in robes similar to Emily's welcomed us with open arms. They exuded an air of serenity that was both captivating and unnerving. The teachings of the Tranquil Souls revolved around meditation, minimalism, and the renunciation of worldly possessions. At first, it seemed like a path to inner peace, a way to simplify our lives and find a sense of purpose. But as time went on, the teachings became increasingly extreme. We were encouraged to sever ties with our old lives, to let go of our possessions, and to embrace a life of austerity. The cult members spoke in hushed tones about the need to transcend the material world and reach a higher state of consciousness. My family and I became increasingly isolated from our friends and extended family as the Tranquil Souls became the center of our lives. Emily, once a mere acquaintance, had become our de facto leader. Her charisma and unwavering devotion to the cult were impossible to resist. As the cult's grip on our family tightened, I began to notice disturbing changes in my parents and brother. They had become increasingly distant, their eyes vacant and hollow. The cult's teachings had taken a darker turn, emphasizing the need for complete submission and the rejection of individuality. I tried to reason with my family, to convince them that we were headed down a dangerous path, but my words fell on deaf ears. They saw me as an outsider, a threat to their newfound sense of purpose. One evening, I overheard a chilling conversation between my parents and Emily. They spoke of a final ceremony that would allow them to transcend the material world and achieve true enlightenment. The details were shrouded in secrecy, but the sense of foreboding in the air was palpable. Terrified for my family's safety, I reached out to a childhood friend, Rebecca, who had been concerned about our sudden withdrawal from society. I confided in her about the tranquil souls and their increasingly sinister teachings. Rebecca, now a journalist, took it upon herself to investigate the cult. She uncovered a trail of disappearances, financial irregularities, and allegations of mind control associated with the tranquil souls. It became clear that the cult was not what it appeared to be. Together, we devised a plan to rescue my family from the clutches of the tranquil souls. We contacted law enforcement, providing them with the evidence Rebecca had gathered. It was a race against time to stop the impending final ceremony. As the authorities prepared to raid the cult's compound, Rebecca and I infiltrated the tranquil souls in disguise. We attended one of their gatherings, where the atmosphere was tense with anticipation. The cult members, dressed in their robes, gathered around a massive bonfire. Emily stood at the center, her eyes closed in deep concentration. The cult's teachings had culminated in this moment, and I feared what would happen next. As the authorities closed in on the compound, Rebecca and I sprang into action. We distracted the cult members, urging them to reconsider their choices, while law enforcement moved in to apprehend Emily and the cult leaders. A tense standoff ensued, but ultimately the cult members, my family included, were freed from the clutches of the tranquil souls. Emily and the cult leaders were arrested, their twisted beliefs exposed for all to see. In the aftermath of the rescue operation, my family and I faced a long and difficult journey of recovery. The hold of the tranquil souls had left deep scars, both physical and psychological. But with the support of therapy and the love of our extended family and friends, we began the process of healing. Rebecca's investigative reporting on the cult led to a nationwide expose, shedding light on the dangers of cults and the tactics they use to manipulate and control their members. The tranquil souls were disbanded and their leaders faced justice for their crimes. As I look back on that harrowing chapter of our lives, I can't help but reflect on the thin line between seeking inner peace and falling prey to the allure of a charismatic leader and a dangerous ideology. My family and I emerged from the darkness stronger and wiser, with a newfound appreciation for the importance of critical thinking and the bonds of love that hold a family together. The tranquil souls may have left their mark on us, but we refused to let their darkness define us. We were survivors, and we were determined to live our lives with newfound strength, resilience, and a commitment to never let the shadows of a cult engulf us again. My name is Mark, and I've always considered myself a rational and level-headed individual. I was in a loving relationship with my girlfriend, Emily, who shared my passion for adventure and self-improvement. We enjoyed exploring new places, seeking out unique experiences, and pushing the boundaries of our comfort zones. Life was a grand adventure with Emily by my side. One sunny afternoon, as Emily and I were sipping coffee at our favorite local cafe, she excitedly showed me a beautifully designed invitation. It was embossed with intricate symbols and read, "The Benevolent Cult of the Hidden Truth." Emily explained that she had stumbled upon this group online and had been following their teachings for a while. She believed that they held the key to enlightenment and personal growth. The idea of joining a group called a cult made me uneasy, but Emily insisted that it was different. She claimed that they were focused on self-improvement, kindness, and uncovering hidden truths about oneself and the world. With her enthusiasm and persuasive arguments, I reluctantly agreed to attend their introductory meeting. The introductory meeting took place in a cozy yet elegant room in an inconspicuous building. We were greeted by friendly and seemingly ordinary individuals who welcomed us warmly. Emily introduced me to the group's leader, a charismatic woman named Sophia, who exuded an air of calm and wisdom. Sophia began by explaining the group's philosophy centered around kindness, self-discovery, and the pursuit of hidden truths. She emphasized that they were not a typical cult, but rather a community of like-minded individuals seeking to improve themselves and make the world a better place. Emily and I attended several more meetings, each one focusing on personal development, mindfulness, and the cultivation of empathy. The group's teachings were captivating, and I started to believe that perhaps I had misunderstood the word cult. As the months went by, Emily became increasingly involved in the benevolent cult of the hidden truth. She attended their gatherings more frequently, sometimes staying overnight at their retreats. She spoke passionately about the positive changes she was experiencing and urged me to become more involved. But something didn't sit right with me. I noticed that Emily was becoming more distant from our friends and family, and her devotion to the group was bordering on obsession. She began to spend less time with me, and I couldn't help but feel like I was losing her to the cult. One evening, I decided to investigate the group further. I attended one of their gatherings without Emily's knowledge, hoping to uncover the truth behind their seemingly benevolent facade. As I arrived at the retreat, I noticed a serene atmosphere, with participants engaged in meditation and deep philosophical discussions. Sophia, the charismatic leader, led a session focused on the concept of inner purity and the need to shed one's past to embrace a brighter future. But then, as the night wore on, I witnessed something terrifying. The group's teachings took a darker turn. Sophia began speaking about the ultimate truth that could only be achieved through sacrifice. She spoke of letting go of one's attachments, even to loved ones, to attain a higher state of consciousness. I knew I had to act quickly. The group's teachings had taken a disturbing turn, and I feared for Emily's safety. I reached out to a friend, Alex, who had experience in investigating cults and the tactics they used to manipulate their members. Together, we delved deeper into the benevolent cult of the hidden truth, uncovering a trail of disappearances, financial irregularities, and allegations of psychological manipulation. It became clear that this cult was far more sinister than it appeared. We also discovered that Sophia, the cult's leader, had a history of leading similar groups that had all ended in tragedy. She had a talent for drawing in vulnerable individuals and using her charisma to exploit them. With the evidence we had gathered, Alex and I contacted law enforcement and shared our findings. It was clear that Emily was in grave danger, along with the other members of the cult. We knew that we had to act swiftly to rescue them from Sophia's grip. We devised a plan to infiltrate the cult's compound during one of their retreats. With the help of law enforcement, we would apprehend Sophia and her followers and put an end to their reign of darkness. The night of the rescue mission was tense with anticipation. Alex and I disguised ourselves as cult members, armed with the evidence we had collected, and a determination to free Emily and the others from the clutches of the benevolent cult of the hidden truth. As we infiltrated the cult's compound, we witnessed Emily and the other members gathered around a massive bonfire. Sophia, in her charismatic and persuasive manner, was preparing them for the ultimate truth, which involved a ritualistic act of sacrifice. With law enforcement at the ready, we began to confront the cult members, urging them to reconsider their choices and the darkness that had enveloped their lives. Sophia, however, was not easily swayed. A tense standoff ensued, with cult members torn between their loyalty to Sophia and the evidence of her dark intentions. As the authorities closed in, Sophia's grip began to weaken, and some members started to question their devotion. In the end, Emily and the other cult members were freed from the clutches of the benevolent cult of the hidden truth. Sophia was arrested, her charismatic facade shattered. The truth about the cult's sinister activities was exposed for the world to see. As Emily and I emerged from the darkness of the cult's influence, we faced a long and challenging road to recovery. The scars ran deep, both physically and emotionally. But with the support of therapy and the love of our friends and family, we began the process of healing. The benevolent cult of the hidden truth may have left its mark on us, but we were determined to emerge stronger and wiser, with a newfound appreciation for the importance of critical thinking and the bonds of love that held us together. Looking back on that harrowing chapter of our lives, I can't help but reflect on the fine line between seeking personal growth and falling prey to the manipulative tactics of a charismatic leader. Emily and I emerged from the darkness stronger and more resilient. committed to living our lives with newfound wisdom and a determination to never let the shadows of a cult engulf us again. The benevolent cult of the hidden truth may have temporarily ensnared our lives, but it ultimately failed to extinguish the light of reason and love that guided us back to the truth. The chill of autumn had settled into our small college town, and with it came the promise of new beginnings. I was excited to start my freshman year at Crestwood University, eager to make friends and explore the world beyond my hometown. Little did I know that the darkest, most unsettling chapter of my life was about to unfold within the walls of my dormitory. My roommate Mark seemed like an ordinary guy at first. He was friendly, always willing to help with my heavy bags during move-in day, and he even offered to share his stash of snacks. We hit it off quickly, bonding over our shared love of horror movies and late-night gaming sessions. Everything was perfect, or so I thought. As the weeks passed, I began to notice odd things about Mark. He was a night owl, staying up until the early hours of the morning. I'd often wake to find him hunched over his desk, staring at his computer screen with an intensity that creeped me out. I tried not to think too much of it, chalking it up to his eccentric study habits. One evening, curiosity got the better of me. Mark had left his laptop open, and I couldn't resist taking a peek. What I saw made my blood run cold. His screen was filled with newspaper articles and photographs of missing persons, each one carefully cataloged with notes. My heart raced as I realized the extent of his obsession. "Mark, what is all of this?" I asked, my voice trembling as I confronted him about the disturbing discovery. He turned to face me, his eyes devoid of emotion. "Just a hobby," he replied casually, as if discussing the weather. "I'm interested in unsolved mysteries, that's all." But it wasn't just the obsession with missing persons that unnerved me. Mark's behavior grew increasingly erratic. He would disappear for days on end, claiming he was visiting his family or taking impromptu trips. Whenever he returned, he'd bring back strange, unmarked packages that he stashed in the depths of our closet. I tried to distance myself from Mark, spending more time with my new friends on campus, but he always managed to pull me back into his world. He'd invite me to movie nights or offer me his snacks, and I'd find myself unable to refuse. It was as though he had some strange power over me, a magnetic pull I couldn't resist. One evening after a particularly long gaming session, I couldn't hold back my questions any longer. "Mark, what are those packages you keep bringing back? And why do you always leave in the middle of the night?" He grinned a chilling, predatory smile. "I have a secret," he whispered, his voice laced with menace. "But I can't tell you just yet. You'll find out soon enough." I should have run then, fled from the darkness that seemed to envelop my roommate. But fear held me captive, and I couldn't tear myself away from the web he'd woven around me. Weeks turned into months, and the campus buzzed with rumors of missing students. It was as if our peaceful college town had become a breeding ground for tragedy. I couldn't help but connect the dots, wondering if Mark's obsession with missing persons had taken a sinister turn. One night, as I lay in bed unable to sleep, I heard the creaking of our closet door. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched in horror as Mark emerged, carrying one of the mysterious packages. He didn't notice me, too consumed by whatever dark purpose drove him. I watched in terror as he unwrapped the package, revealing a collection of photographs, all of them featuring me. Each image had been taken without my knowledge, capturing intimate moments from my life. Fear gripped me as I realized that I was at the center of his obsession. "Mark, what the hell is this?" I screamed, my voice trembling with rage and fear. He turned to face me, his eyes filled with a manic intensity. "You see, I have a secret and you're a part of it," he hissed. I knew I had to escape, to run as far away from Mark as possible. I leaped out of bed and bolted for the door, but he was faster, tackling me to the ground. We grappled on the floor, my fear-fueled strength matching his desperation. As we struggled, Mark's words spilled out in a frenzied confession. He had been responsible for the disappearances on campus, luring unsuspecting students into his twisted web. He had been studying me, preparing for the day when I would become his next victim. With every ounce of strength, I managed to break free from his grip and make a run for it. I dashed out of the room, the chilling echo of his maniacal laughter following me down the dormitory hallway. My mind raced as I fled, knowing that I had narrowly escaped a fate worse than death. I reached the campus security office, breathless and covered in bruises. They took my statement and launched an immediate search for Mark. As they combed through his room, they discovered a chilling array of evidence, including photographs and personal items belonging to his victims. Mark was apprehended, and the truth of his dark secret was laid bare for all to see. He had been living a double life, posing as an ordinary college student while hiding a sinister obsession with abducting and tormenting his fellow classmates. In the aftermath, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had taken hold of me. The scars, both physical and emotional, ran deep, a constant reminder of the horrors I had narrowly escaped. Crestwood University would never be the same, and neither would I. As the seasons changed and the years passed, I found solace in therapy and the support of my friends and family. Mark was locked away, never to harm another soul, but the nightmares of that fateful year would haunt me forever. The darkness that had once resided within my own dormitory had been exposed, but the true nature of Mark's secret would forever remain a chilling mystery, one that I hoped would fade into obscurity, never to be unearthed again. But the story didn't end with Mark's capture. As the investigation deepened, the authorities discovered a network of hidden chambers beneath our dormitory, each one containing evidence of Mark's depraved activities. The underground lair was a chilling maze of photographs, journals, and mementos, each one linked to a different victim. It became clear that Mark had been operating in secret for years, selecting his victims with disturbing precision. He had meticulously documented their lives, collecting information and mementos that allowed him to assume their identities. It was a nightmare beyond comprehension, a secret so dark and twisted that it defied explanation. The campus was in shock, and the media descended upon Crestwood University, hungry for every detail of the horrifying discovery. Students and their families demanded answers, and the university was forced to confront the unthinkable truth that had festered beneath their very noses. As the investigation continued, more victims were identified, and the full scope of Mark's crimes became clear. Families were reunited with their missing loved ones, but the scars of their ordeals ran deep. Crestwood University would never fully recover from the stain of Mark's actions, and the dormitory where the nightmare had unfolded was forever tainted. In the years that followed, I tried to move on with my life, but the memories of that fateful year continued to haunt me. I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched, of a darkness that lingered in the corners of my mind. The nightmares persisted, a relentless reminder of the horror I had endured. As I walked the halls of Crestwood University, I couldn't help but wonder how many other secrets lay hidden beneath the surface, how many other nightmares were waiting to be uncovered. The campus had been forever changed by the darkness that had taken root within its walls, a darkness that had nearly claimed me as its victim. The legacy of Mark's dark secret would cast a long shadow over Crestwood University, a chilling reminder that even in the most ordinary of places, the most sinister of secrets could be lurking, waiting to be revealed. And so, as I looked out at the campus that had once been a place of promise and hope, I couldn't help but wonder if the darkness that had consumed Mark might one day resurface, casting its sinister shadow once again. I had always thought of myself as someone who could handle life's twists and turns with ease. After all, I had weathered my fair share of ups and downs over the years. But nothing could have prepared me for the peculiar turn my life would take when I moved in with my new roommate, Alex. It was a sweltering summer day when I first met Alex. I'd been searching for a roommate to share the rent of my small 2-bedroom apartment, and he had responded to my online ad. We met at a nearby cafe, and our initial conversation was pleasant enough. Alex was a tall, wiry man in his early 30s, with a mop of unruly brown hair and an awkward but endearing smile. We quickly agreed to become roommates. His rent payment would be a lifesaver for me, and Alex assured me that he was quiet and kept to himself, which sounded like a dream come true for a roommate. Little did I know that his reserved demeanor would soon unravel into a series of bizarre and unsettling behaviors. The first sign that something was amiss came in the form of late-night noises. At first, I chalked it up to the usual settling sounds of an old apartment building. But as the weeks went by, the noises became more distinct and scary. I would hear faint whispers and soft thumps in the middle of the night, as if Alex were engaged in some mysterious nocturnal activity. One night, unable to ignore it any longer, I ventured out of my room to investigate. I found Alex sitting cross-legged in the living room, surrounded by an array of candles. He was hunched over a worn, leather-bound book, muttering incantations in a language I couldn't recognize. His eyes were wide, unblinking, and filled with an intensity that made my blood freeze. "Alex, what are you doing?" I stammered, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and confusion. He looked up at me, his eyes momentarily vacant, before a twisted smile crept across his face. "Just some late-night reading," he replied cryptically before closing the book and extinguishing the candles. I returned to my room, my heart pounding in my chest. The encounter had left me deeply unsettled, but I convinced myself that it was nothing more than an eccentric habit, a quirk that I could tolerate in a roommate. As the weeks turned into months, Alex's behavior grew increasingly erratic. He would spend hours locked in his room, and when he emerged, he would be carrying strange items, a taxidermy crow, an antique dagger, and even a collection of unmarked vials filled with murky liquids. I had no idea what he was doing with these items, but it was clear that he was immersed in some bizarre and unsettling hobby. One evening, I returned home from work to find our living room transformed into a makeshift altar. Candles, incense, and strange symbols were scattered across the floor. Alex was kneeling at the center, his eyes closed in what appeared to be deep meditation. "Alex, what is all of this?" I demanded, my frustration and anxiety boiling over. He opened his eyes slowly, gazing at me with a scary calmness. "I'm pursuing a higher purpose," he replied, his voice carrying an otherworldly quality. "I've found a path to enlightenment, and I must follow it." I couldn't make sense of his cryptic words, and a sense of dread settled over me. It was as if Alex had ventured into a world of his own, one that was steeped in mysticism and darkness. I couldn't fathom what had led him down this path or how it had taken hold of him so completely. As the days turned into weeks, I became increasingly isolated in my own home. Alex's presence loomed over me like a dark cloud, and I couldn't escape the feeling that he was hiding something far more sinister than his eccentric hobbies. It was as though a wall had been erected between us, and I was left on the outside, trying to peer in and make sense of the madness that had consumed my roommate. One night, unable to sleep, I decided to investigate further. I carefully picked the lock to Alex's room and ventured inside. What I discovered would haunt me for the rest of my days. The walls of his room were covered in intricate symbols, drawn in what appeared to be blood. Shelves were lined with ancient-looking books, each one filled with cryptic texts and illustrations of grotesque creatures. The air was heavy with the scent of incense, and in the center of the room I found a circle etched into the floor, surrounded by candles and adorned with disturbing symbols. As I inspected the room, I stumbled upon a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards. Inside, I found a collection of journals, each one filled with Alex's ramblings and accounts of his bizarre experiences. He wrote of visions of encounters with entities from other realms, and of a growing obsession with the occult. My heart raced as I realized the depth of Alex's descent into madness. It was clear that he had become entangled in a world of dark magic and forbidden knowledge, and there was no telling where it would lead him, or what it might mean for me. Terrified and unsure of what to do, I confronted Alex about what I had discovered. His reaction was unlike anything I could have anticipated. He laughed, a chilling, mirthless laugh. "You've stumbled upon the truth, my friend," he said, his eyes gleaming with a manic intensity. "I've unlocked the secrets of the universe, and there's no turning back." I knew then that I had to escape, to flee from the madness that had consumed my roommate. I packed my belongings hastily and made plans to move out. But as I prepared to leave, I couldn't shake the feeling that Alex's dark obsession would follow me, that I had become entangled in a web of darkness that would never let me go. As I settled into my new apartment, far away from the nightmare of my old life, I couldn't help but wonder what had become of Alex. Had his obsession with the occult consumed him completely, or had he found some semblance of peace? I would never know the answers, but the memory of those eerie nights in our shared apartment would haunt me forever. I had learned a valuable lesson about the darkness that can lurk within the hearts and minds of those we think we know. It was a lesson that would stay with me, a reminder that sometimes the most unsettling and inexplicable mysteries can be found closer to home than we ever imagined. In the years that followed, I tried to put the nightmare of my former roommate behind me, to move on with my life and leave the darkness that had consumed him far behind. But I couldn't escape the feeling that some part of that darkness had latched onto me, that I had become a part of a story that was far from over. And so, as I looked out at the world, I couldn't help but wonder how many other individuals were hiding their own dark secrets, how many others were on the brink of a descent into madness and obsession. The line between reality and the unknown was thinner than I had ever imagined, and I couldn't help but fear what lurked on the other side. Living with roommates was nothing new to me. In fact, it had been a significant part of my adult life since graduating from college. The shared rent, responsibilities, and the occasional company of fellow housemates had always seemed like a reasonable arrangement. But when my new roommate, John, introduced me to his girlfriend, Sarah, our home dynamic took a turn into uncharted territory, revealing a dark secret that would forever change my perspective on shared living. John had moved in about a month ago, taking over the room across the hall from mine in our cozy 2-bedroom apartment. He was a friendly, easygoing guy, always ready with a joke or a helping hand when needed. He had mentioned his girlfriend, Sarah, a few times in passing, but I hadn't had the chance to meet her until one fateful Friday evening. I was relaxing in the living room, engrossed in a book, when I heard the front door swing open, followed by the muffled sound of conversation. I looked up as John and a woman entered the apartment. She was petite, with a cascade of jet black hair and an air of mystery that seemed to envelop her. "Hey, this is Sarah," John said with a warm smile. "Sarah, meet my roommate, Alex." Sarah extended her hand and I shook it, offering a polite greeting. There was something about her that piqued my curiosity, a sense that there was more to her than met the eye. But I dismissed it as mere intrigue, thinking that perhaps it was just my overactive imagination. As the weeks went by, Sarah became a regular presence in our apartment. She and John spent most evenings together, cooking dinner, watching movies, and sharing stories of their day. On the surface, they appeared to be the picture-perfect couple, deeply in love and genuinely happy. However, I couldn't help but notice that Sarah had a certain aloofness about her. She would often retreat into herself, lost in thought as if carrying a weighty secret. I tried to respect their privacy and dismissed it as a personal quirk, but a growing unease began to gnaw at me. One evening, I found myself alone in the kitchen with Sarah. John had gone out to run some errands, leaving us in an awkward silence. I decided to break the ice. "So Sarah, how did you and John meet?" I asked, trying to keep the conversation light. Her eyes flickered with a shadow of something I couldn't quite place, a mixture of sadness and fear. "We met at a support group," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "A support group?" I asked, intrigued and concerned by her answer. Sarah hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Yes, it's a group for people who have experienced trauma," she said, choosing her words carefully. I could sense that Sarah was holding something back, something dark and painful. I didn't want to pry, but my curiosity got the better of me. "Trauma?" I asked gently, hoping she would open up a little more. She took a deep breath, her eyes welling with tears. "I can't go into details, but let's just say that we've both been through some really difficult times," she replied, her voice trembling. I didn't press her for more information, but her words left a lingering sense of unease. I couldn't help but wonder what kind of trauma had brought Sarah and John together, and what dark secret she was hiding beneath her quiet demeanor. Over the following weeks, I began to notice subtle changes in Sarah's behavior. She would often startle easily, her eyes darting around the room as if expecting danger to strike at any moment. Her cheerful moments with John grew fewer, replaced by long periods of brooding silence. One evening, as I was in my room working on a project, I overheard a heated argument between Sarah and John in the living room. Their voices were raised and I couldn't make out the words, but the tension in the air was palpable. It was the first time I had witnessed such a dispute between them, and it left me with a growing sense of concern. The following morning, I ran into John in the kitchen. He looked exhausted, his eyes bloodshot from what appeared to be a sleepless night. "Is everything okay with you and Sarah?" I asked cautiously. John sighed, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "We've been going through a rough patch lately," he admitted. "Sarah's been dealing with some personal demons, and it's been taking a toll on both of us." I wanted to offer my support, to reach out to Sarah and let her know that she wasn't alone, but I didn't know how to breach the subject without intruding on their privacy. Instead, I decided to keep a watchful eye on the situation, hoping that things would eventually improve. As the days turned into weeks, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong with Sarah. She had become increasingly withdrawn, rarely leaving the apartment except for her support group meetings. I had tried to strike up casual conversations with her, but she would respond with one-word answers, her eyes haunted by a deep sadness. One evening, as I was returning from work, I found Sarah sitting alone her eyes fixed on the flickering television screen. Her gaze was distant, and she appeared lost in a world of her own. "Sarah, are you okay?" I asked, genuinely concerned. She turned to look at me, her eyes welling with tears. "I can't do this anymore, Alex," she whispered, her voice filled with anguish. I sat down next to her, offering a comforting presence. "Do what, Sarah? You can talk to me." She hesitated for a moment, as if wrestling with her thoughts. Then, in a trembling voice, she began to reveal her dark secret. "I've been living in fear for years," she confessed, her words heavy with pain. "There's someone from my past, a dangerous person who's been haunting me. I thought I could escape, start a new life with John, but he's found me. And now he's threatening to destroy everything I hold dear." I listened in shock as Sarah recounted a harrowing tale of abuse, manipulation, and a relentless pursuit by a figure from her past. She had been forced to change her identity, move to a different city, and join the support group to escape the tormentor who had haunted her for so long. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, and I could see the terror in her eyes. It was a story of unimaginable suffering, and I couldn't help but feel a deep sympathy for her. "Why haven't you gone to the police?" I asked, my concern growing. Sarah's expression turned to one of sheer terror. "I can't," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "He's always been one step ahead of me. If he finds out that I've gone to the police, he'll stop at nothing to find me. I can't put John or anyone else in danger." I realized that Sarah was trapped in a living nightmare, unable to escape the dark shadow of her past. It was a chilling revelation, and I knew that I had to do everything in my power to help her. Over the next few days, I worked with Sarah to develop a plan to ensure her safety. We installed security measures in our apartment, changed her routines, and she began attending therapy sessions to address the trauma she had endured. It was a small glimmer of hope in an otherwise bleak situation. But as we delved deeper into the intricacies of Sarah's past, it became clear that her tormentor was growing increasingly relentless. Strange and threatening messages would appear on our doorstep, and we would occasionally spot a shadowy figure lurking in the shadows near our building. The situation reached a breaking point one fateful night. John had gone out to run an errand, leaving Sarah and me alone in the apartment. As we sat in the living room, the light suddenly went out, plunging us into darkness. Fear clenched at my chest as I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight. I could hear Sarah's rapid breathing, and I knew that we were not alone in the apartment. The sound of shuffling footsteps echoed through the darkness, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, bathed in the dim glow of my phone's flashlight. It was a man, tall and menacing, with a look of malevolence in his eyes. He advanced toward us, a chilling smile on his lips. "Sarah, you can't hide from me," he hissed, his voice dripping with malice. I sprang into action, doing my best to shield Sarah from the intruder. With a surge of adrenaline, I managed to push him back and slam the door shut, locking it securely. "Call the police," I told Sarah urgently, as I braced the door with all my strength. Sarah dialed 911, and I could hear her shaky voice as she relayed our terrifying situation to the dispatcher. Meanwhile, the intruder pounded on the door, his threats growing more unhinged by the second. Minutes felt like hours as we waited for the police to arrive. The intruder continued his relentless assault on the door, and I could feel my strength waning. Just when it seemed like he might break through, the sound of sirens filled the air and the intruder fled into the night. The police arrived, taking our statements and promising to investigate the incident. It was a small victory, but it came at a great cost. Sarah was traumatized by the encounter, and the fear that had consumed her for so long had now become a horrifying reality. In the days that followed, Sarah and John decided to relocate to a different city, hoping to escape the relentless tormentor who had haunted their lives. I helped them pack their belongings and wished them well, hoping that the distance would finally provide them with the safety and peace they deserved. As I watched them drive away, I couldn't help but reflect on the darkness that can lurk beneath the surface of seemingly ordinary lives. Sarah's ordeal had been a stark reminder that the past can cast a long shadow, one that can engulf even the most promising futures. I returned to my apartment, grateful that Sarah and John were safe, but haunted by the knowledge that their tormentor was still out there, lurking in the shadows. It was a chilling reminder that sometimes, the darkest secrets are the ones that threaten to consume us whole, and that even in the face of unimaginable fear, there is always a glimmer of hope. And so as I settled back into my quiet, unassuming life, I couldn't help but wonder how many other individuals were living with their own dark secrets, how many others were grappling with the shadows of their pasts. It was a sobering thought, a reminder that we never truly know the demons that may be lurking just beneath the surface. I never imagined that my cross-country road trip would lead me to the Silent Hotel, a place that would forever change the way I thought about fear and isolation. My journey had started months ago when I decided to take a break from the hustle and bustle of city life. I longed for open roads and remote destinations, and I eagerly packed my car, ready to embark on a solo adventure. My route took me through countless small towns and picturesque landscapes, but as the sun began to set on a rainy evening, I found myself in a desolate corner of the country, far from any signs of civilization. That's when I saw it, the Silent Hotel. It loomed at the edge of the forest, a grand and imposing structure, its facade weathered by time and neglect. The neon sign that once proclaimed its name had long since faded, leaving only a few flickering letters that spelled the Sill Hotel. The rain battered against the windows, making it impossible to see inside. My car's gas gauge was perilously close to empty, and with no other options in sight, I decided to seek shelter there for the night. I pulled into the parking lot, the engine sputtering as I cut the ignition. The rain drummed on the car roof, and I grabbed my duffel bag, making a dash for the hotel's entrance. The worn wooden door creaked open, and I stepped into the lobby. The first thing that struck me was the silence. It was an eerie stillness, as if the very air had been stifled by years of abandonment. The reception desk stood before me, its surface cluttered with dusty papers and a tarnished brass bell that had seen better days. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged woman, her eyes hidden behind a pair of wire-framed glasses. "Welcome to the Silent Hotel," she said, her voice barely audible over the rain. "How may I assist you?" "I need a room for the night," I replied, my voice echoing in the empty lobby. She nodded, her movements slow and deliberate. "Certainly, sign in here, please." I scribbled my name and contact information on the faded ledger, the ink smudging slightly on the yellowed pages. The woman handed me an old-fashioned key with a metal tag that read, "Room 207. "Take the stairs to the second floor," she said, her voice monotone. "Your room is at the end of the hall." With key in hand, I made my way up the narrow staircase. The dimly lit hallway stretched before me, its threadbare carpet muffling my footsteps. The walls were adorned with faded paintings of idyllic landscapes, their frames crooked and tarnished. A sense of unease settled over me as I approached room 207. Inside the room was a stark contrast to the grandeur of the lobby. The furnishings were outdated and the wallpaper peeled in places. A single lamp cast a feeble glow, revealing the cracks in the ceiling and the stains on the faded carpet. The air was stale and a musty odor hung in the room. I tossed my duffel bag onto the bed and let out a sigh. It wasn't the most inviting place, but it would have to do for the night. I stripped out of my wet clothes and took a quick shower, the lukewarm water providing little comfort. As I settled into bed, the sense of isolation began to creep in. The rain continued its relentless assault on the windows, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was the only guest in the entire hotel. The silence outside was oppressive, and I found myself straining to hear any sign of life. Hours passed, and I lay in the darkness, unable to sleep. The walls seemed to close in on me, and the stillness was suffocating. It was then that I heard it, a faint, muffled sound coming from the room next door. It was like a whisper, too soft to make out any words. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I strained to listen, and the whispering grew slightly louder, but it was still unintelligible. It was as if someone was speaking just loud enough to be heard, but not enough to be understood. With a sense of unease, I climbed out of bed and pressed my ear against the wall that separated my room from the mysterious neighbor. The whispering continued, and I realized it was a conversation that was happening in hushed tones. I couldn't make out who was speaking or what they were saying, but the tension in the voices was palpable. It was as if they were arguing about something, their words filled with anger and desperation. As I listened, a feeling of unease washed over me. I considered knocking on the wall and asking them to keep it down, but something held me back. It was the feeling that I was intruding on something I shouldn't be a part of, something that was none of my business. I returned to my bed, but sleep was elusive. The whispered conversation next door continued, and my mind raced with thoughts of who could be staying in the room next to mine. Were they in trouble? Should I call the front desk or the police? The hours dragged on, and as dawn broke, the whispering finally ceased. Exhausted and restless, I drifted into a fitful sleep. When I awoke, the rain had stopped and the room was bathed in soft morning light. I decided to check out and put the strange events of the night behind me. I quickly dressed and headed downstairs to the lobby. To my surprise, the reception desk was empty, and there was no sign of the woman who had checked me in. The lobby was still eerily quiet, and I felt a growing sense of unease. I approached the front desk and saw the ledger from last night still open, as if it had been abandoned mid-entry. Curiosity got the better of me, and I scanned the recent entries. They were all from the same night, but the names were unfamiliar. Each entry had a timestamp from the early hours of the morning, suggesting they had been made after I returned to my room. Before I could investigate further, the lobby's entrance door swung open with a loud creak, startling me. I turned to see a disheveled man and a woman entering the hotel. Their clothes were rumpled, and they both had a wild look in their eyes. "Welcome to the Silent Hotel," the man said, his voice hoarse and strained. I nodded in response, my confusion growing. "Is everything okay?" The woman exchanged a quick glance with the man before replying, "We had a long night, that's all. Just looking for a place to rest." I watched as they approached the reception desk, their voices hushed as they spoke to the absent woman behind the counter. Their conversation was too quiet for me to hear, but their expressions grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly the woman turned to me, her eyes wide with fear. "You should leave this place," she whispered urgently. "Get out while you still can." Before I could respond, the man grabbed her arm and pulled her away, disappearing down the hallway. I stood there, bewildered and shaken, as the words echoed in my mind. With a growing sense of unease, I decided it was time to heed their warning. I turned and headed for the lobby entrance, eager to put the Silent Hotel behind me. But as I reached for the door handle, I realized it wouldn't budge. Panic surged through me as I tugged at the door with all my strength, but it remained firmly shut. I was trapped. Frantically, I looked around the lobby for an escape. I spotted an old fire exit at the far end, its red exit sign faintly illuminated. I rushed toward it, hoping it would lead me to safety. As I reached the door, I pulled on the handle, praying it would open. To my relief, it did, and I stepped out into the crisp morning air. But my relief was short-lived as I realized where I was. The back of the hotel, facing a dense forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. I had no choice but to venture into the woods, my heart pounding with each step. The forest was quiet, and the only sound was the rustling of leaves in the breeze. I had no sense of direction, and every tree and bush seemed to blur together. Hours passed, and I felt a growing sense of desperation. I had no way of knowing if I was moving closer to civilization or deeper into the wilderness. My phone had no signal, and I had left my car behind at the hotel. Just as I was about to give in to despair, I spotted a glimmer of light through the trees. I followed it, stumbling out of the forest and onto a narrow road. A passing motorist stopped to help me, and I quickly explained my ordeal. The driver, a kind-hearted woman, offered to take me to the nearest town, which was several miles away. As we drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped a sinister fate at the Silent Hotel. Months have passed since that night, but the memories of my stay at the Silent Hotel still haunt me. I've done some research trying to uncover the hotel's history, but I found nothing about its mysterious guests or the strange occurrences that took place there. The Silent Hotel remains an enigmatic place, a relic of the past with its secrets buried deep within its walls. I may never know what truly happened that night, but one thing is certain. I will never forget the unsettling silence that permeated the air and the chilling whispers that echoed through its halls. To this day, I can't help but wonder if the Silent Hotel still stands, its doors open to unsuspecting travelers, its secrets waiting to be discovered by those who dare to check in. But one thing is for sure, I will never return to find out. It was a journey I had long anticipated, a road trip to the remote countryside far from the demands of my busy city life. My desire for solitude and a chance to reset my frazzled nerves led me to the small, picturesque town of Crestwood. I had heard about a quaint, centuries-old inn nestled among the rolling hills, the Embers Hotel. Little did I know that my decision to stay there would become a haunting experience beyond imagination. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow over the winding road as I neared my destination. The evening sky was a brilliant tapestry of reds and purples, a stark contrast to the pitch-black countryside that lay ahead. My GPS led me onto a narrow, forested path, and my excitement was tinged with trepidation. Just as I was beginning to doubt the accuracy of the directions, the Embers Hotel emerged from the darkness, an imposing three-story structure framed by centuries-old oak trees. Its stone facade exuded an eerie Gothic charm, while the lit windows promised warmth and comfort. The gravel driveway crunched beneath my tires as I parked my car near the entrance. As I stepped out, a blast of chilly evening air greeted me, carrying with it the scent of rain-soaked earth and the faint rustling of leaves. My footfalls echoed in the quiet courtyard as I approached the entrance. The heavy wooden door swung open with a low, creaking groan, revealing an opulent lobby bathed in soft lamplight. The scent of aged leather and polished wood filled the air, creating an ambience of quiet sophistication. My eyes were drawn to the reception desk, where an elderly gentleman in a well-tailored suit stood, his demeanor as dignified as the hotel itself. "Good evening, sir. Welcome to the Embers Hotel. How may I assist you tonight?" His voice was smooth, accentuating the old-world charm of the place. "I have a reservation," I replied, handing him my identification. He examined my information and offered a polite smile. "Of course, Mr. Turner. You're in room 306. Here's your key." The key he handed me was an antique brass piece, cool to the touch. I nodded my thanks and made my way to the grand staircase that led to the upper floors. The staircase was adorned with intricate wrought iron railings, and the carpet beneath my feet was plush and well-worn, testifying to the hotel's storied history. On the third floor, I followed the numbered signs along a dimly lit corridor until I reached room 306. The key turned smoothly in the lock, and the door swung open, revealing a spacious suite adorned with period furniture and rich dark wood paneling. The room was as I had hoped, a blend of classic elegance and modern comfort. I unpacked quickly, and as I settled into the sumptuous armchair near the window, I marveled at the solitude of the place. I was far removed from the noise and distractions of city life, and the tranquility of the countryside had a calming effect on my frayed nerves. Despite the comfort of my surroundings, sleep proved elusive. I tossed and turned, the occasional gust of wind against the windowpane disrupting my restless dreams. The ornate clock on the wall ticked away the hours, echoing through the silent room. It was well past midnight when I heard the first whispers. They were soft and indistinct, like a faint rustling of leaves. I lay in bed, straining my ears to catch the source of the sound. The wind outside had ceased, and an eerie stillness had settled over the hotel. The whispers continued, growing slightly louder but still incomprehensible. It was as though someone was engaged in a conversation just beyond the walls of my room. I contemplated dismissing it as a figment of my imagination, a consequence of fatigue, but the persistence of the voices unsettled me. With curiosity overcoming my initial reluctance, I rose from the bed and pressed my ear against the wall that separated my room from the one next door. The conversation became clearer, though the words remained muffled and indistinct. As I strained to listen, the urgency in the voices became apparent. It was not a casual conversation, but rather a heated exchange. filled with frustration and anxiety. The feeling that I had intruded on something private gnawed at me, but the words were still unintelligible. The exchange continued for what felt like hours, the voices rising and falling in intensity. The person in the neighboring room seemed to plead, while the other remained steadfast and resolute. There was a palpable tension in the air, and the anxiety I felt grew with each passing moment. The feeling of intrusion weighed heavily on me, and I considered knocking on the wall and asking them to keep it down. But fear, or perhaps a strange sense of respect for their privacy, held me back. Instead, I lay back in bed, my heart pounding, trying to drown out the whispers with a pillow over my head. Morning arrived, and with it, the cessation of the mysterious whispers. As the first light of day filtered through the curtains, I realized that I had spent a sleepless night in the Embers Hotel. Despite the lack of rest, a strange excitement coursed through me. There was a mystery to be unraveled, a puzzle hidden within the walls of this grand old establishment. I decided to start my exploration with breakfast in the hotel's dining room. The room was bathed in soft golden light, and the polished mahogany tables were set with pristine white tablecloths and gleaming silverware. The elderly waiter who served me was impeccably dressed and carried himself with the grace of a seasoned professional. "Good morning, sir. How did you find your first night at the Embers Hotel?" he inquired with a knowing smile. "Peaceful yet intriguing," I replied, my curiosity getting the better of me. "Tell me, who are the other guests staying here?" The waiter's expression remained composed, but a flicker of unease passed through his eyes. "We have a few guests, sir, but the Embers Hotel values its guests' privacy above all else. We do not disclose personal information about our patrons." I accepted his response, though I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of mystery surrounding the hotel and its guests. Over breakfast, I observed the other diners, an elderly couple engrossed in their newspapers, a solitary writer scribbling away in a journal, and a pair of hikers planning their day's excursion. After breakfast, I ventured into the sprawling library, a treasure trove of ancient books and vintage magazines. The atmosphere was hushed, with the occasional crackling of a log in the grand fireplace providing a comforting background noise. As I perused the dusty tomes, I couldn't shake the feeling that the library held secrets of its own. The hotel's history intrigued me, and I approached the reception desk later that morning to inquire about its past. The elderly gentleman from the previous night was now replaced by a middle-aged woman with warm yet cautious eyes. "I'm fascinated by the history of this place," I began. "Could you tell me more about the Embers Hotel and its past guests?" She regarded me for a moment as if considering her response carefully. The Embers Hotel has a storied history that spans several centuries. Many notable individuals have graced its halls over the years, seeking solace, inspiration, or escape from the world. However, our policy has always been to respect the privacy of our guests, both past and present. We do not divulge personal details or anecdotes. I couldn't hide my disappointment, though her words only fueled my curiosity further. With little information to go on, I resolved to explore the hotel on my own, to uncover the enigma of the Embers Hotel. Days turned into weeks, and my fascination with the Embers Hotel deepened. I spent my time wandering its labyrinthine corridors, admiring its antique furnishings, and absorbing the atmosphere that seemed to seep from every crevice. The whispers from the neighboring room had become a constant presence, a reminder of the mystery that hung in the air. It was during one of my explorations that I stumbled upon an unassuming door on the 4th floor. The door was slightly ajar and a soft light spilled from within. A plaque on the door read, "The Embers Room, Private." Intrigued, I pushed the door open gently, revealing a room that was unlike any other in the hotel. The walls were adorned with photographs, newspaper clippings, and handwritten notes. There were mementos, too, a collection of vintage items, each with its own story to tell. As I examined the photographs, I realized that they were all of the same person, a striking woman with dark, enigmatic eyes. She appeared in various settings, from glamorous parties to solitary walks in the countryside. Newspaper articles hinted at her wealth, her mysterious disappearance, and the enduring fascination that her story had held for the public. The room was a shrine to this unknown woman, and I couldn't help but wonder about her connection to the Embers Hotel. What had drawn her here, and why had she left behind such a detailed record of her life? My curiosity had reached its peak, and I was determined to uncover the truth. I began researching the woman's identity, scouring the internet for any information that might shed light on her story. The more I discovered, the more I became convinced that her connection to the Embers Hotel was a key to unraveling the mystery that had captivated me. Weeks turned into months as I delved deeper into the mystery of the Embers Hotel. My research led me down a rabbit hole of historical records, newspaper archives, and interviews with locals. It was during one of these interviews that I met an elderly gentleman named Mr. Simmons, a lifelong resident of Crestwood. "You're interested in the Embers Hotel, are you?" Mr. Simmons said, a twinkle in his eye. "Well, you've certainly chosen a fascinating subject. I've lived here all my life, and I've heard my fair share of stories about that place." I leaned in, eager to hear more. "Tell me everything you know." Mr. Simmons began with tales of the hotel's early days, when it had been a haven for artists, writers, and intellectuals seeking refuge from the chaos of the world. He spoke of lavish parties, passionate affairs, and the lingering echoes of creativity that still permeated the building's walls. But it was in the 1940s that things took a darker turn, Mr. Simmons continued, his voice dropping to a hushed tone. "There was a woman, you see, a woman who had it all: beauty, wealth, and fame. She was a regular guest at the Embers Hotel, always accompanied by her entourage of admirers." As Mr. Simmons spoke, I couldn't help but think of the photographs and mementos in the Embers room. It seemed that this woman had been the central figure in the hotel's history. Rumors began to circulate about the woman, Mr. Simmons went on. Whispers of a tragic past, of a secret that haunted her every step. It was said that she came to the Embers Hotel seeking solace, but that solace remained elusive. I leaned closer, my heart pounding. What happened to her? Mr. Simmons hesitated, as if deciding whether to reveal the darkest part of the story. "One night she disappeared," he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. "No one knew where she went or why. The hotel staff claimed she checked out, but her entourage was left behind, bewildered and distraught." I couldn't hide my shock. What could have driven her to leave so abruptly? "That's the question that's haunted Crestwood for decades," Mr. Simmons replied. "Some say she discovered a terrible secret, something that shook her to her core. Others believe she was pursued by a relentless force, a force that sought to claim her." The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place. The whispers in the neighboring room, the photographs, the Embers room itself, all were connected to the mysterious woman who had vanished from the hotel. Determined to uncover the truth, I returned to the Embers Hotel that evening. The whispers had grown louder, more urgent, and I knew that the time had come to confront the enigma that had drawn me in. As I stood before the door to the Embers room, a sense of trepidation washed over me. The photographs on the walls seemed to watch, their silent presence a testament to the mystery that had brought me here. With a deep breath, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The soft lamplight cast a warm glow over the room, illuminating the photographs and mementos that adorned the walls. I approached the photographs, studying each one as if it held the key to the woman's story. It was then that I noticed something unusual, a photograph that I hadn't seen before. It depicted the woman standing in front of a grand, ornate mirror, her reflection distorted by the aged glass. The mirror itself was a work of art, its intricate frame adorned with symbols and carvings. Curiosity piqued. I examined the mirror more closely. It was unlike any I had ever seen, and the symbols etched into its surface seemed to tell a story of their own. My fingers traced the lines, and as I did, a sense of unease washed over me. The mirror was more than a mere decorative piece. It was a portal to another world, a gateway to a place that defied logic and reason. With trembling hands, I reached out and touched the glass, feeling a surge of energy course through me. In an instant, I was transported to a realm of darkness and uncertainty. The room around me vanished, replaced by a shadowy landscape of shifting shapes and ethereal whispers. The air was thick with anticipation, and the woman from the photograph stood before me, her eyes filled with sorrow. "You shouldn't have come here," she whispered, her voice a haunting echo. "This place is not what it seems." I tried to speak, to ask her about the secrets of the Embers Hotel, but my words were lost in the void. The woman reached out, her fingers brushing against my hand, and in that moment I understood. The Embers Hotel was a place of secrets, a place where the past and present converged, where the whispers of history lingered in the air. The woman had discovered the truth, a truth that defied explanation, a truth that had driven her to vanish from the world. With a sense of urgency, I stepped back from the mirror, the room around me returning to its former state. The photographs, the mementos, the enigma of the Embers Hotel. They were all pieces of a puzzle that I could never hope to solve. I left the Embers Hotel that night, my mind in turmoil. The whispers had faded, and the mysteries of the hotel remained unsolved. As I drove away, I couldn't help but wonder if the truth would ever be revealed. Months have passed since that fateful night, and I've returned to my busy city life. The memories of the Embers Hotel continue to haunt me, a reminder of the enigma that remains unsolved. The woman from the photographs, the whispers in the neighboring room, the mysterious mirror, all are part of a story that defies explanation. The Embers Hotel stands as a testament to the unending mysteries of the world, a place where history and secrets converge, a place where the past is never truly forgotten. It is a place that will forever remain in my memory, a place where the enigma lingers like a whisper in the night. And so the Embers Hotel remains, its secrets hidden within its walls, waiting for the next curious soul to unlock the mysteries that lie within. It is a place where history and mystery converge, a place where the past and present are forever intertwined. As I reflect on my journey, I realize that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. Some secrets are meant to remain hidden. The Embers Hotel is one such place, a place where the enigma of the past continues to beckon, a place where the whispers of history will forever echo in the corridors of time. It was a crisp autumn day when I received the peculiar invitation. An ornate envelope adorned with an elegant wax seal arrived at my doorstep. Its contents revealed an invitation to an exclusive gathering at a remote hotel, an event shrouded in mystery and intrigue. The Hotel Arcane, as it was named, was nestled deep within the Appalachian Mountains. The invitation detailed its location, a winding road, a hidden path, and a place that seemed to exist only in whispers. There was no explanation of why I'd been chosen, no mention of who the other guests might be. The invitation bore only a date and time, October 31, St. 10 p.m. Curiosity got the better of me. I couldn't resist the allure of the unknown, and the idea of a secluded gathering in a mysterious hotel piqued my interest. The days passed and my anticipation grew. I packed my bags, drove to the nearby town, and from there, followed the directions into the heart of the Appalachian wilderness. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I found myself on a desolate road, the GPS guiding me further into the wilderness. The thick canopy of trees overhead blocked out the moonlight, creating an eerie darkness that surrounded me. I could feel the chill in the air, a foreboding sensation that seemed to whisper of the secrets hidden in the mountains. Finally, I reached the end of the road as per the instructions. There, barely visible in the darkness, was a narrow path leading into the woods. I parked my car and followed the path, my footsteps echoing in the silence of the forest. The path led to a clearing, and there, bathed in an ethereal glow, stood the Hotel Arcane. It was an imposing structure, its dark stone walls towering above me. The flickering candlelight in the windows created an otherworldly ambiance, casting long shadows that danced in the night. I approached the entrance, and the massive wooden doors swung open as if by their own volition. The warm light from within beckoned me inside, and I stepped into the lobby of the Hotel Arcane. The lobby was unlike any hotel I had ever seen. It was a blend of old-world charm and modern luxury, with plush velvet sofas, crystal chandeliers, and antique oil paintings adorning the walls. The room was bustling with guests, their hushed conversations and laughter creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. The hotel staff, dressed in impeccably tailored suits, greeted me with polite smiles as if they had been expecting me. They guided me to the registration desk, where a woman with a serene demeanor awaited. "Welcome to the Hotel Arcane," she said, her voice soft and melodic. "I trust your journey was uneventful? May I have your name, please?" I provided my name, and she handed me a brass key with an intricate design, a key that bore no room number. Instead, she offered a cryptic message. "Your room will be revealed to you in time," she said, her eyes holding a secret I could not decipher. "For now, please enjoy the gathering. It will commence shortly." With that, I was free to explore the lobby, where guests in elegant attire mingled, their conversations laced with curiosity about the mysterious event that had brought them here. The air was charged with an energy I couldn't quite comprehend. Among the guests, I encountered a diverse group of individuals: a reclusive novelist, a renowned archaeologist, a celebrated pianist, and a detective known for solving unsolvable mysteries. They were all in attendance. Their presence added an air of mystique to the gathering, leaving me both fascinated and slightly apprehensive. The clock on the wall struck 10 p.m., and as if on cue, the gathering hushed. The woman from the registration desk stood at the center of the lobby, her presence commanding attention. "Ladies and gentlemen," she began, her voice resonating through the room, "welcome to the Hotel Arcane. Tonight you are among those who share a thirst for the enigmatic, a passion for the unknown. We have gathered to embark on a journey, one that will challenge the boundaries of knowledge and perception." The guests leaned forward, their curiosity piqued. I found myself caught in the anticipation that hung in the air. The woman continued, "In the heart of this hotel lies a chamber that holds the answers to questions you have yet to ask. But this chamber is not easily found. It will test your wits, your intuition, and your courage. It will push you to the limits of your understanding." A hush fell over the gathering as her words sank in. The challenge that lay ahead was not what any of us had expected. She motioned to the grand staircase that led to the upper floors. "The chamber awaits, but you must earn your place within it. You have until midnight to uncover its location. Those who succeed will be granted access to its secrets. Those who fail..." Her voice trailed off, leaving the consequences unspoken. With that, the guests scattered, each one determined to be the first to unlock the mystery of the Hotel Arcane. I followed the detective, drawn by the aura of confidence that surrounded him. We began our search on the third floor, exploring the dimly lit corridors and inspecting every room. It became evident that the hotel itself was a labyrinth, its architecture designed to confuse and disorient. Hidden doors, concealed passages, and rooms that seemed to shift their locations. Each step took us deeper into the puzzle. As the minutes ticked away, frustration began to mount. The detective and I were not alone in our quest. The reclusive novelist, the celebrated pianist, and the archaeologist all were engaged in their own search, each one just as determined as the next. Time seemed to blur as we scoured the hotel. Midnight was fast approaching and desperation took hold. The Hotel Arcane revealed itself to be a place of maddening complexity, where the boundaries between reality and illusion blurred. It was then that I noticed something peculiar, a series of symbols etched into the door frames of certain rooms. The symbols were cryptic, a language of their own. With a sense of intuition, I traced the symbols with my fingers, and the door to one particular room swung open. Inside, I found a chamber unlike any other in the hotel. It was an opulent library, its walls lined with ancient tomes and arcane artifacts. In the center of the room stood an ornate pedestal, upon which rested an ancient tome, its pages filled with inscrutable text. The detective and I approached the tome, our excitement building. Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery of the Hotel Arcane? We began to decipher the text, piecing together a narrative that defied comprehension. As the last stroke of midnight resounded through the hotel, a strange sensation washed over us. The air grew thick and the room seemed to shift. The walls closed in, the ceiling descended, and the symbols on the doorframe began to glow. Panic set in as we realized we were trapped. The room had transformed into a nightmarish puzzle, a challenge that defied logic. Desperate, we tried to decipher the symbols, to unlock the room's secrets, but time was running out. As the room continued to shift and contract, I caught a glimpse of the detective's determined expression, his mind racing to find a solution. It was then that a voice echoed in my mind, a whisper, a hint of a solution hidden within the text. With renewed determination, I began to rearrange the symbols, aligning them in a sequence that matched the text of the ancient tome. The room responded, the walls retracting, the ceiling rising. We had unlocked the chamber's secrets, but the ordeal had left us shaken. We emerged from the room to find the other guests in a state of confusion. Some had succeeded in their quests, while others had failed. The woman from the registration desk awaited us in the lobby, her expression inscrutable. "You have passed the first test," she said, her voice betraying no emotion. "You have earned your place within the chamber." With that, she led us to a grand door at the end of the lobby. The door swung open to reveal a chamber that defied description. The chamber was filled with ancient artifacts, each one imbued with a strange energy. Arcane symbols covered the walls, and the air was thick with an otherworldly presence. At the center of the room stood a massive tome, its pages filled with secrets of the cosmos. The woman motioned to the tome. "This is the Codex Arcana, a repository of knowledge beyond human comprehension. It holds the answers to questions you have yet to ask, the mysteries of the universe, and the enigma of the Hotel Arcane." We were given the opportunity to peruse the tome, to delve into its secrets. The knowledge it contained was vast and profound, a testament to the complexity of the universe. It was a revelation, a glimpse into the mysteries that had drawn us here. As we pored over the pages, a sense of awe washed over us. The Hotel Arcane had not been a mere gathering place. It was a repository of knowledge, a gateway to the unknown. The woman's words echoed in my mind. The hotel challenged our understanding, pushed us to the limits of our perception, and rewarded us with enlightenment. Days turned into weeks as I immersed myself in the knowledge of the Codex Arcana. The revelations it offered were both profound and unsettling, expanding my understanding of the cosmos and the mysteries that lay beyond. As the time came for my departure from the Hotel Arcane, I couldn't help but wonder about the other guests. What had drawn them to this place, and what had they discovered in their quests? The enigma of the hotel remained, a puzzle that defied explanation. As I left the hotel and returned to the world beyond, I knew that the Hotel Arcane would forever remain in my memory. It was a place of mystery and revelation, a place where the boundaries of reality and illusion blurred, a place where the unknown beckoned. The enigma of the Hotel Arcane would continue to haunt me, a reminder of the limitless possibilities that lay beyond our understanding. It was a place that defied explanation, a place where the secrets of the universe were revealed to those willing to embark on a journey into the unknown. And so I left the Hotel Arcane behind, knowing that its mysteries would remain with me. A testament to the allure of the enigmatic, a reminder that there are truths beyond our comprehension, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them. The rain pounded against the windshield as I pulled into the parking lot of the dilapidated motel. The neon sign above the office flickered intermittently, casting an eerie glow on the cracked asphalt. It was late, and I was tired from hours of driving through the desolate countryside. I just needed a place to rest for the night, and this was the only option for miles. As I approached the motel office, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The building looked as though it had seen better days, its paint peeling and its windows covered in a thick layer of grime. A flickering vacancy sign hung in the window, its letters missing here and there, making it hard to read at first glare. I stepped inside, a bell above the door jingling softly. The interior was dimly lit, and the air was heavy with the musty scent of old carpet and cigarette smoke. A bored-looking clerk sat behind the counter, her eyes glued to a small television that played a rerun of some late-night talk show. "Can I help you?" she mumbled without looking up. "I need a room for the night," I replied, trying to sound more confident than I felt. She finally looked up, her eyes cold and distant. "We got rooms," she said, her voice devoid of enthusiasm. "How many nights?" "Just one," I said quickly, eager to be out of there. She handed me a tarnished key attached to a plastic fob with a faded room number, 13. "That'll be $50, she said, her tone as dull as ever. I handed her the cash and she counted it slowly, her long, nicotine-stained fingers moving methodically. Finally satisfied, she handed me a worn-out receipt and a rusty key. "Room 13 is at the end of the building," she said, her gaze returning to the television. I grabbed the key and made my way down a dimly lit corridor, the carpet underfoot squishing with each step. The corridor seemed to stretch on forever, and I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. The motel was eerily quiet, save for the distant hum of the rain outside and the low drone of the television from the office. When I reached room 13, I hesitated for a moment before inserting the key into the lock. The door creaked open, revealing a small, dimly lit room. The air inside was stifling, and I quickly opened a window to let in some fresh air. The room was sparsely furnished with a sagging double bed, a rickety nightstand, and a flickering overhead light that cast eerie shadows on the walls. As I settled in for the night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I tried to dismiss it as my imagination playing tricks on me, but the sensation persisted. I glanced out the window and saw nothing but darkness and rain. It was just my tired mind, I told myself, playing tricks on me after a long day on the road. I decided to take a shower to relax and wash away the grime of the day. The bathroom was equally dismal, with cracked tiles and a shower head that sputtered water sporadically. As I stepped under the lukewarm water, I couldn't help but feel a creeping sense of unease. It was as though the shadows in the corners of the bathroom were moving, shifting ever so slightly. I quickly finished my shower and stepped out, wrapping a towel around myself. I tried to push the eerie feeling from my mind as I got dressed and climbed into bed. The rain outside had intensified, the drumming on the roof like a steady heartbeat. I pulled the scratchy motel blanket up to my chin and tried to relax, but sleep eluded me. Every creak of the floorboards in the corridor, every distant sound from the office, seemed amplified in the silence of the night. I tossed and turned, my mind racing with thoughts of the strange motel and its even stranger inhabitants. Suddenly I heard a soft, rhythmic tapping on the window. My heart raced as I sat up in bed, my eyes fixed on the glass. The tapping continued, growing louder and more insistent with each passing moment. I hesitated for a moment, my hand trembling as I reached for the curtain. When I finally pulled the curtain aside, I gasped in horror. A figure stood outside, obscured by the rain-smeared glass. It was a man, his face hidden beneath a hooded raincoat, but I could see the glint of something metallic in his hand. A knife. I stumbled back in terror, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure continued to tap on the window, his eyes locked on mine. I fumbled for my phone, my hands shaking as I dialed 911, but as I brought the phone to my ear, I realized there was no dial tone, only static. The figure outside the window began to speak, his voice muffled by the glass but filled with an unsettling calmness. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his words sending a chill down my spine. "This place, it's not what it seems." I backed away from the window, my mind racing with fear and confusion. Who was this man, and what did he mean? I glanced around the room, searching for anything that could help me defend myself. The room was bare, with no weapons in sight. As I turned back to the window, the figure had disappeared. I hesitated for a moment, my breath coming in ragged gasps, before I mustered the courage to approach the window once more. I cautiously peered outside, but the man was gone, leaving no trace of his presence. I locked the window and pulled the curtains closed, my heart still pounding in my chest. I knew I had to get out of there, but the rain outside showed no signs of letting up. I had no choice but to wait until morning. I spent the rest of the night in a state of heightened anxiety, my senses on high alert. Every sound, every creak of the floorboards seemed like a potential threat. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something sinister lurked in the shadows of the motel. When morning finally came, I wasted no time packing my things and checking out of the motel. The clerk at the front desk seemed as disinterested as ever, and I couldn't bring myself to tell her about the terrifying encounter I had endured. As I drove away from the motel, I couldn't help but wonder about the strange events of the night. Who was the mysterious figure outside my window, and what did he mean by, "This place is not what it seems"? I knew I would never have answers to those questions, but I also knew that I never wanted to set foot in that motel again. The rain had finally stopped, and the sun had broken through the clouds, casting a warm glow on the countryside. I took a deep breath, relieved to be leaving that nightmarish place behind. But as I glanced in my rearview mirror, I could have sworn I saw a faint figure standing in the doorway of room 13, watching me leave with hollow, empty eyes. I sped away, putting as much distance between myself and that motel as possible. The memory of that night would haunt me for the rest of my days, a chilling reminder that sometimes the scariest things are not the ones that go bump in the night, but the ones that lurk in the darkest corners of our own minds. I had been driving for hours, the monotonous hum of the engine and the endless stretch of highway threatening to lull me to sleep. It was well past midnight when I spotted the neon sign on the side of the road. The Lone Star Motel. Vacancy. Relief washed over me as I pulled into the gravel lot, the crunching sound beneath my tires signaling the end of my long journey. The motel was a single-story building with a row of doors facing the parking lot, each illuminated by a flickering overhead light. It wasn't much to look at, but it was exactly what I needed, a place to rest for the night. I parked my car and stepped out, stretching my tired limbs. The night air was cool and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees that surrounded the motel. I made my way to the office, the crunch of gravel underfoot echoing in the stillness of the night. The office was small and dimly lit, the counter separating me from a middle-aged man with tired eyes and a worn-out expression. He glanced up from his newspaper as I entered, offering me a half-hearted smile. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice lacking any enthusiasm. "I need a room for the night," I replied, equally unenthusiastic after hours of driving. He nodded as if expecting nothing more. "How many nights?" "Just one," I said, relieved to be spending only a single night at this dreary place. He pushed a weathered guest book toward me and I scribbled my name and contact information. He handed me a key with a plastic fob that read room 7 inches and pointed to a small map of the motel. "Your room is at the end of the building on the left," he said, his tone never wavering. I handed him some cash and he counted it meticulously before handing me a receipt. "That'll be $50, he said, as if the amount was etched in stone. I took the key and thanked him, then made my way to room 7. The motel was eerily quiet, the only sound the soft hooting of an owl in the distance. The door to my room was worn and faded, the paint peeling in places. I inserted the key and turned the handle, the door creaking open to reveal a dimly lit interior. The room was simple, with a double bed covered in faded floral sheets, a nightstand, and a rickety old chair in the corner. The overhead light flickered ominously, casting unsettling shadows on the walls. I switched on the bedside lamp, illuminating the room in a soft yellow glow. As I settled into bed, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The room had an odd, almost oppressive atmosphere, as if it held secrets of its own. The air was heavy, as though it hadn't been refreshed in years. I tried to shake off the feeling and closed my eyes, but sleep was slow to come. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant sound from the office seemed magnified in the stillness of the night. It was as if the motel itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Hours passed and I was still awake, my mind racing with thoughts of the long road ahead. That's when I heard it, a soft whispering voice. It was faint at first, like a distant murmur carried on the wind. I strained to listen, trying to make out the words. The voice grew louder, more distinct, and I realized it was coming from the room next door. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was urgent, panicked. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding, and pressed my ear to the wall. "Please, no," a woman's voice pleaded, followed by the sound of muffled sobs. My blood ran cold and I reached for my phone, ready to call 911. But just as I was about to dial, the voice stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the faint hum of the motel's aging air conditioning unit. I hesitated, torn between my instincts to help and a growing sense of dread. What if it had all been in my head? What if I was overreacting? I lay back down, trying to convince myself that it was just a nightmare, a trick of my tired mind. But sleep remained elusive and the minutes ticked by slowly. Finally, as the first light of dawn began to filter through the curtains, I couldn't stand it any longer. I had to know if the woman next door was all right. I got out of bed and approached the connecting door between our rooms. I listened carefully, but there was no sound, no movement from the other side. Gathering my courage, I knocked softly. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. There was no response, just an eerie silence that seemed to stretch on forever. I knocked again, louder this time, and called out once more, but still there was nothing. With my heart in my throat, I turned the doorknob slowly, my palms sweaty. The door swung open to reveal an empty, dimly lit room. The bed was neatly made, and there was no sign of the woman I had heard. It was as if she had never been there. I stepped into the room, my heart still racing, and checked the bathroom, the closet, and even under the bed. But there was no one. It was impossible, I thought. I had heard her cries, her pleas for help, as clear as day. I returned to my own room, my mind a whirlwind of confusion and fear. Had it all been a hallucination? A trick played by my sleep-deprived mind? I couldn't make sense of it, but one thing was clear. I needed to get out of that motel as soon as possible. I hastily packed my things and went to the office to check out. The same clerk was there, his expression unchanged. I tried to explain what I had heard, but he only shrugged. "People come and go all the time," he said, as if dismissing my concerns. Maybe she checked out early. I left the motel in a hurry, my heart heavy with unease. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong with that place, something hidden beneath its nondescript exterior. I continued my journey, putting miles between myself and the Lone Star Motel. The day passed in a blur, and as night fell once again, I found myself in another town, another motel. This one was newer, cleaner, and more welcoming. I checked in without hesitation, determined to put the strange events of the previous night behind me. But as I settled into bed, I couldn't escape the feeling that I was being watched. The room was pristine, the air fresh, yet I couldn't shake the eerie sensation that I was not alone. I glanced out the window, half expecting to see a face in the darkness, but there was nothing. I tried to dismiss my unease and closed my eyes, willing myself to sleep. But just as I was on the brink of slumber, I heard it again. The soft, whispering voice, the same urgent panic tone. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding in my chest. It was coming from the room next door, just like before. This time, I wasted no time. I grabbed my phone and called 911, my voice trembling as I explained the situation. The police arrived quickly, and I led them to the room next door. The door was locked, and they had to force it open. Inside, they found a woman, disheveled and terrified. She had been held against her will, the victim of a deranged man who had been stalking her for months. As they arrested the man and led him away in handcuffs, the woman thanked me, tears in her eyes. She had been sure that no one would hear her cries, that no one would come to her aid. She had almost given up hope. I couldn't help but think back to the Lone Star Motel, to the woman I had heard but had never seen. Had she been a victim too? Had I missed my chance to help her? I never found out the answer, but one thing was certain. The events of that night had changed me forever. I couldn't erase the memory of those whispered pleas for help, the feeling of unease that had followed me from that motel. As I continued my journey, I couldn't help but wonder about the darkness that could hide behind the most ordinary facades, the secrets that could be buried beneath the surface. The world was a vast and unpredictable place, and I had learned that even in the most unlikely of places, heroes could emerge, and villains could be unmasked. I drove on, my headlights cutting through the darkness, my mind forever haunted by the night I had spent at the Lone Star Motel, a place where the line between reality and the unknown had blurred, and where the true nature of fear had been revealed. It was a bleak and stormy night when I found myself driving down a desolate stretch of highway, the windshield wipers struggling to keep pace with the relentless rain. The gloomy landscape outside offered no solace, and I knew I had to find shelter soon. That's when I saw the neon sign flickering weakly in the downpour, like a lighthouse beckoning a lost sailor. "The Midnight Haven Motel," it read. The sign was old and worn, but it promised warmth and a respite from the raging storm. With a sense of relief, I pulled into the gravel lot and parked my car under the dimly lit canopy. As I stepped out of my vehicle, I was immediately greeted by the harsh wind and rain, which seemed to intensify in this desolate part of the country. I hurried to the office, my soaked clothes clinging to my body, my shoes squishing with every step. The motel office was a small, dimly lit room that smelled of stale cigarette smoke and old wood. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man with a gruff demeanor. He barely looked up from his newspaper when I entered, acknowledging me with a simple nod. "Need a room?" he grumbled as if I were inconveniencing him. "Yes, please," I replied, my voice quivering from the cold. "How many nights?" he asked, his eyes fixed on the sports section of his newspaper. "Just one," I answered, eager to be on my way in the morning. He handed me a tarnished key with a plastic fob that read Room 9. "That'll be $50. he said without a hint of a smile. I handed him the cash and he counted it meticulously, as if suspecting me of trying to cheat him out of a few dollars. Finally, he handed me a receipt and I took the key and headed out into the storm once more. Room 9 was at the end of a long, dimly lit corridor. The hallway was narrow and lined with peeling wallpaper, the carpet underfoot damp and musty. The place had clearly seen better days. I fumbled with the key in the lock, and when I finally entered the room, I was greeted by a stark and dimly lit space. The room was small, containing only the essentials: a lumpy double bed with faded sheets, a rickety nightstand with a flickering lamp, and a small dusty television mounted on the wall. The air was thick with the scent of mildew, and the walls seemed to close in around me. I quickly stripped off my wet clothes and turned on the lukewarm shower. The bathroom was equally unimpressive, with cracked tiles and a showerhead that sputtered water intermittently. As I stood under the tepid stream, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was an irrational fear, I told myself, a product of my exhaustion and the eerie atmosphere of the motel. After the shower, I dried off and dressed in the spare clean clothes I had packed. I climbed into bed, hoping to find solace in sleep, but the uneasy feeling lingered. The rain outside showed no signs of letting up, and the incessant tapping on the window pane only added to my discomfort. I tried to shake off my unease and closed my eyes, but sleep remained elusive. Every creak of the floorboards in the corridor, every distant sound from the office, seemed magnified in the stillness of the night. The storm outside raged on, the wind howling like a restless spirit. Just as I was beginning to drift off, I heard it, a soft, eerie whispering. It was barely audible at first, like a faint rustling of leaves in the wind. I strained to listen, trying to make out the words, but they were just beyond my grasp. The whispering grew louder, more distinct, and I realized it was coming from the room next door. It was a woman's voice, and she sounded panicked, her words tumbling out in a desperate stream. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding as I tried to make sense of what I was hearing. "Please, you have to let me go," she pleaded, her voice trembling with fear. I strained to hear more, but the words became unintelligible, as if she were speaking in a language I couldn't understand. It was as though she were caught in the grip of some terrible nightmare. Fear gripped me, and I considered calling the police, but I had no way of knowing if the woman next door was in real danger or if she was suffering from some kind of delusion. I sat in my room, paralyzed by uncertainty as the woman's pleas grew louder and more frantic. The minutes stretched on, and I couldn't take it any longer. I had to do something. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, explaining the situation to the operator. She assured me that help was on the way and urged me to stay in my room. I waited anxiously, the minutes feeling like hours, until I heard the sound of sirens approaching. The police arrived quickly, and I led them to the room next door, my heart pounding with dread. The officers knocked on the door, identifying themselves, but there was no response from inside. With a sense of urgency, they forced the door open, and I watched as they entered the room, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. I could see nothing from my vantage point in the hallway, but I strained to listen, hoping to hear some sign that the woman was safe. Then there was a scream, a bone-chilling, blood-curdling scream that sent shivers down my spine. It was followed by the sound of a struggle, of furniture being overturned, of desperate cries for help. I wanted to rush into the room to assist the officers, but fear kept me rooted to the spot. The struggle seemed to go on forever, the woman's screams echoing through the corridor until finally there was silence, a silence that was even more unsettling than the chaos that had preceded it. The officers emerged from the room, their faces pale and grim. They told me that the woman had been alone in the room, her frantic screams and pleas for help seemingly directed at an invisible assailant. There was no sign of forced entry, no evidence of an intruder. I was left in a state of shock and confusion. Had I imagined the woman's cries for help, or had she been the victim of some unseen supernatural force? The officers assured me that she was now in their care and would receive the help she needed. But the mystery of what had transpired in that room haunted me. I couldn't stay at the Midnight Haven Motel any longer. The sense of unease and dread that hung in the air was suffocating, and I longed to put the unsettling events of the night behind me. I checked out of the motel early the next morning, and as I drove away, I couldn't help but glance back at the flickering neon sign. The storm had passed, and the motel looked almost peaceful in the pale light of dawn. But I knew that appearances could be deceiving, that darkness could lurk beneath even the most ordinary of facades. As I continued my journey, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had witnessed something beyond explanation, something that defied reason and logic. The memory of that night would stay with me, a chilling reminder that the line between reality and the unknown is thinner than we dare to imagine, and that the scariest things can often be found in the most unexpected places. It was a dark and stormy night when I first encountered the house on Willow Street. The rain poured relentlessly from the heavens, drenching me to the bone as I stood there, shivering and staring at the old, decrepit mansion. I had always been fascinated by abandoned houses, and this one had an air of mystery that drew me in like a moth to a flame. I had heard the rumors about Willow Street. People said it was cursed, that anyone who dared to enter the house never came out the same. Some claimed they had seen strange lights flickering in the windows late at night, while others swore they had heard eerie whispers carried by the wind. But I was a skeptic, and I believed that there had to be a logical explanation for everything. My name is Alex, and I was a freelance writer, always on the lookout for a good story. I had heard about Willow Street from an old-timer at the local diner, who claimed to have seen the ghost of a woman in a white gown wandering the grounds. It was the perfect opportunity to prove that there was no such thing as ghosts, and I was eager to debunk the legends surrounding the house. As I approached the front door, I could feel the weight of the rain-soaked clothes clinging to my body. The rain was relentless, pounding on the roof and windows of the mansion like a drumbeat from another world. I took a deep breath and pushed open the creaking door, which protested loudly as it swung inward. The interior of the house was as eerie as its exterior. Dusty old furniture covered with tattered sheets lined the hallway, and the air was thick with the scent of decay. It was clear that no one had lived here in years. I pulled out my flashlight and began to explore, determined to unravel the mysteries of Willow Street. As I moved deeper into the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every creak of the floorboards and rustle of the wind seemed to echo with a sinister presence. But I brushed it off as my imagination playing tricks on me. There had to be a rational explanation for everything. I entered what appeared to be the living room, and my flashlight illuminated an old, cracked portrait hanging on the wall. It was a painting of a woman in a white gown, her eyes seeming to follow me as I moved around the room. I couldn't help but shiver as I stared at the eerie likeness. I continued my exploration, making my way to the second floor. The rain outside intensified, creating an eerie symphony of howling winds and drumming raindrops. It was as if the storm itself was trying to warn me to leave this place. Upstairs, I found a series of bedrooms, each more dilapidated than the last. But one room stood out, a master bedroom at the end of the hallway. The door was partially ajar, and a faint light flickered from within. I cautiously pushed it open. Inside, I was met with a sight that sent a chill down my spine. The room was furnished as though someone had just stepped out for a moment. A bed with disheveled sheets, a vanity covered in old cosmetics, and a writing desk with yellowed papers. But what caught my eye was the photograph on the nightstand. It was the same woman from the portrait downstairs, the one in the white gown. She was smiling in the photograph, a stark contrast to the stories of her haunting the house. I picked up the photograph and examined it closely. There was something about her eyes, something hauntingly familiar. As I studied the photograph, I heard a sound coming from the closet, a soft, mournful sobbing. My heart raced as I approached the closet door, my flashlight trembling in my hand. I slowly opened the door, and there, huddled in the corner, was a woman in a torn and tattered white gown. She looked up at me with tear-filled eyes, and for a moment I saw a glimmer of recognition in her gaze. "You came back," she whispered, her voice trembling. I was taken aback. "Do I know you?" I asked, my voice quivering. She nodded slowly, her expression filled with a mixture of sadness and relief. "I've been waiting for you to return for so long." I helped her out of the closet, my mind racing with questions. Who was this woman, and why did she seem to know me? As she spoke, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. Her name was Emily, and she had lived in this house decades ago. She had been a recluse, rarely leaving the mansion, and she had a fascination with the rain. It was during a torrential downpour that she had disappeared, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. As Emily recounted her story, I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of unease. She spoke of a darkness that had consumed her, a darkness that had driven her to seek solace in the rain. She had become trapped in a time loop, reliving the same rainy night over and over again. I listened in horror as she described the torment she had endured, the isolation and despair that had slowly eroded her sanity. She had tried to leave the house countless times, but each time she stepped outside, she found herself back in the mansion as if the world beyond its walls no longer existed. It was then that I realized the truth. Willow Street was not cursed by supernatural forces, but by the darkness that had consumed Emily's soul. She had become a prisoner in her own memories, trapped in a never-ending cycle of rain and despair. Determined to help Emily, I searched the house for any clues that might break the curse. I found a journal in the study, filled with Emily's writings and musings. It was a chronicle of her descent into madness, a desperate plea for someone to free her from her eternal torment. As I read through the journal, I began to understand the key to breaking the cycle. Forgiveness. Emily had been consumed by guilt and regret, and it was only by forgiving herself for her past actions that she could find peace. I returned to Emily, who had been sitting by the window watching the rain. I gently told her what I had discovered and encouraged her to forgive herself for whatever had led her to this point. Tears welled up in her eyes as she slowly began to let go of the pain and guilt that had bound her for so long. As the rain continued to pour outside, something remarkable happened. The room seemed to brighten, and the storm outside began to subside. Emily's smile grew brighter, and for the first time in years, she felt a sense of peace. With each passing moment, the house on Willow Street transformed. The decay and darkness that had shrouded it began to fade away, replaced by a sense of warmth and hope. It was as if the very soul of the house was healing. As the rain finally ceased, Emily and I stepped outside, hand in hand. The world beyond Willow Street had changed, and Emily was finally free to explore it. We walked away from the house, leaving behind the memories of its haunting past. In the end, the scariest thing about Willow Street was not the supernatural, but the darkness that can consume a person's soul. It was a reminder that sometimes, the most terrifying horrors are the ones that exist within us, waiting to be confronted and forgiven. And as I looked back at the house one last time, I couldn't help but wonder how many other stories of darkness and redemption were hidden behind the doors of abandoned houses, waiting for someone to uncover them in the rain. The rain was relentless that night, falling in torrents from a sky shrouded in darkness. It was the kind of rain that seemed to wash away the world, erasing all sound except for the rhythmic drumming of water on rooftops and pavement. The storm had come out of nowhere, and I found myself driving along a desolate stretch of highway, desperately searching for shelter. My name is Mark, and I was on a road trip that had taken me far from civilization. I had always been drawn to remote places, the kind where you could escape the noise and chaos of the world. But on this particular night I had ventured too far, and now I was paying the price. As I drove, my headlights cut through the sheets of rain, illuminating the dense forest on either side of the road. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches dripping with water. I felt a growing sense of unease as the road stretched on endlessly, with no sign of civilization in sight. Just when I was beginning to lose hope, I spotted a faint glimmer through the trees. It was the soft glow of a single light, like a beacon in the darkness. I slowed down and turned onto a narrow, winding path that led me deeper into the woods. The path ended at a small cabin nestled among the trees. It was a rustic structure, its wooden walls weathered and worn by time. A battered sign next to the cabin's entrance read, "Rustic Rain Retreat." It seemed like the perfect place to seek refuge from the storm. I parked my car and made my way to the cabin's front door. The rain had soaked me to the bone, and I was shivering as I knocked on the door. It swung open slowly, revealing an elderly man with kind eyes and a welcoming smile. Come in," he said, gesturing for me to enter. "You must be freezing out there." I stepped inside, feeling an immediate sense of warmth and comfort. The cabin's interior was cozy, with a crackling fire in the fireplace and soft, inviting furnishings. The room was adorned with various oddities, antique clocks, vintage photographs, and an assortment of curiosities that hinted at a rich and storied past. "I'm George," the man said, extending a hand. "And you are?" "Mark," I replied, shaking his hand. "I can't thank you enough for letting me in. I got caught in the storm, and I wasn't sure I'd make it out of there." George waved off my gratitude. "No need to thank me. We don't get many visitors out here, especially not on a night like this. You're welcome to stay as long as you like." As the rain continued to pour outside, George and I sat by the fire, sipping on hot tea and sharing stories. He told me about the cabin, how it had been in his family for generations, and how he had turned it into a retreat for weary travelers like myself. There was something captivating about his tales, and I found myself hanging on his every word. As the night wore on, George offered me a spare bedroom to spend the night. I gladly accepted, grateful for the warmth and shelter. The rain showed no signs of letting up, and the thought of venturing back out into the storm was unappealing. I settled into the cozy bedroom, and as I lay in bed, the sound of rain against the cabin's roof became a soothing lullaby. I drifted off into a deep, dreamless sleep, feeling safe and secure in the heart of the forest. The following morning, I awoke to the gentle patter of rain against the window. I stretched and yawned, feeling well rested and refreshed. As I made my way downstairs, I could smell the enticing aroma of breakfast cooking. George was in the kitchen, preparing a hearty meal of scrambled eggs, bacon, and toast. He greeted me with a smile as I entered. "Good morning, Mark," he said. "I hope you slept well." "I did, thank you," I replied, taking a seat at the kitchen table. "This place is like a hidden oasis." George chuckled. "It can feel that way sometimes. Away from the noise and distractions of the world, it's easy to find peace and solitude here." Over breakfast, we talked some more. George shared more stories about the cabin's history and the generations of his family who had called it home. He told me about his late wife, Sarah, who had loved the rain more than anything. Her memory was woven into every corner of the cabin, from the vintage raincoats hanging by the door to the old records of rainy day songs on the shelf. As we chatted, I couldn't help but notice that there was something peculiar about the rain. It seemed to fall with a rhythm, almost like a pattern. I mentioned it to George, and he gave me a knowing smile. "Ah, you've noticed it too," he said. "The rain here has a way of speaking to you if you listen closely enough." I raised an eyebrow. "Speaking to me? How so?" George's eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief. "Well, you see, every drop of rain has a story to tell. It carries with it the memories of those who have passed through here. It's like a chorus of whispers in the rain." I laughed, thinking he was simply indulging in a bit of poetic license. But as I continued to listen to the rain, I began to notice something strange. It was as though I could hear faint voices in the distance, like the murmur of a crowd gathered far away. Curiosity got the better of me, and I asked George about it. He nodded, as if he had been waiting for the question. "The rain here has a way of bringing back memories," he explained. "It's said that the whispers you hear are echoes of the past, fragments of conversations and moments frozen in time." I leaned in, intrigued by the idea. "So you're saying that the rain carries the memories of everyone who's been here?" George nodded. "That's one way to look at it. Some say that when you listen to the rain, you can hear the stories of those who came before us. It's a reminder that we're all connected in some way by the places we've been and the people we've met." As the day wore on, I found myself captivated by the rain's symphony of whispers. It was as though I could hear snippets of conversations, laughter, and moments of joy and sorrow. It was a haunting and beautiful experience, one that made me feel more connected to the world around me. Days turned into weeks, and I found myself settling into a routine at the rustic rain retreat. George and I became fast friends, and I spent my time exploring the surrounding forest and listening to the rain's whispers. Each drop of rain seemed to carry a story, and I couldn't get enough of it. One rainy afternoon, George handed me an old leather-bound journal. "I thought you might find this interesting," he said. "It belonged to Sarah, my late wife. She was quite the writer." I opened the journal and began to read. It was filled with Sarah's musings, observations, and reflections on life in the cabin. Her words painted a vivid picture of her love for the rain, her deep connection to nature, and her enduring love for George. As I read through the journal, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Sarah's words were filled with a sense of longing, as though she had left something unfinished. I mentioned this to George, and his expression grew somber. "Yes," he said softly. "Sarah loved this place more than anything, but she always felt like there was something missing. She used to say that the rain held the key to the cabin's true purpose, but she never quite figured out what that meant." I couldn't help but wonder if Sarah's words were somehow connected to the whispers in the rain. It seemed like there was a deeper mystery to unravel, one that had been hidden in plain sight all along. As the weeks turned into months, my bond with George deepened, and the cabin truly began to feel like a second home. But there was a growing sense of restlessness in me, a nagging feeling that I had a role to play in unraveling the mystery of the rain. One stormy night, as I lay in bed listening to the rain's whispers, I had a revelation. It was as though a puzzle piece had fallen into place in my mind. I realized that the rain was trying to tell me something, to reveal a truth that had remained hidden for far too long. The following morning, I approached George with my newfound insight. "I think Sarah's right," I said. "I think the rain does hold the key to the cabin's true purpose." George's eyes lit up with excitement. "You think so? But what could it be?" I explained my theory that the rain was not just a source of comfort and nostalgia, but a living record of the cabin's history. If we could decipher the whispers in the rain, we might uncover the cabin's hidden purpose and fulfill Sarah's unspoken wish. George was eager to try, and together we embarked on a journey to unravel the mystery. We spent hours listening to the rain, recording the whispers and trying to piece together the fragments of memories and stories. It was a painstaking process, but we were determined to uncover the truth. As days turned into weeks, our efforts began to bear fruit. We discovered that the rain carried memories of all those who had stayed at the cabin, their stories intermingling with the whispers of the forest. It was as though the rain had become a living tapestry, weaving together the threads of countless lives. One rainy afternoon, as we listened to the whispers, we heard a voice that was unmistakably Sarah's. She was speaking of her love for the cabin, her longing to understand its true purpose, and her hope that someone would come along who could unlock its secrets. Tears welled up in George's eyes as he listened to his late wife's voice. "She was right," he said. "The rain was trying to tell us something all along." We continued to listen, and the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. The whispers revealed that the cabin was meant to be a place of refuge, a sanctuary for those seeking solace and connection with nature. It was a place where the stories of the past could be preserved and shared, where the rain could carry the memories of all who had passed through its doors. With each passing day, the cabin seemed to come alive with newfound purpose. We opened it to travelers from all walks of life, inviting them to listen to the rain and share their stories. The whispers in the rain became a bridge, connecting people from different backgrounds and cultures, and the cabin became a place of healing and transformation. Years went by, and the rustic rain retreat flourished. People came from far and wide to experience the magic of the cabin, to listen to the rain's whispers, and to share their own stories. The cabin had become a place of connection, where strangers became friends and where the world outside seemed to fade away. George and I grew old together, watching as the cabin fulfilled its true purpose. We knew that we had unlocked a mystery that had been hidden in plain sight, and we were grateful for the chance to be a part of something greater than ourselves. On a quiet evening, as George and I sat by the fire, listening to the rain, he turned to me with a smile. "I couldn't have asked for a better friend or a better companion on this journey, Mark." I nodded, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. "And I couldn't have asked for a more remarkable mentor and friend, George. This place has changed my life in ways I can't even begin to describe." As the rain continued to fall outside, I couldn't help but think that sometimes the most extraordinary mysteries are hidden in the ordinary moments of life. The rustic rain retreat had taught me that even in the quietest whispers of the rain, there could be a world of stories waiting to be discovered. And as I listened to the rain's gentle whispers, I knew that I was exactly where I was meant to be. It was a stormy evening in the small town of Willowbrook. Rain lashed against the windows and thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. The townsfolk had long grown accustomed to such weather, but this night was different. This night would be forever etched in their memories as the night the Rainfall murders began. My name is Detective Sarah Mitchell, and I had been assigned to Willowbrook's police department for the past 5 years. Despite the town's reputation for being peaceful and quiet, my job had never lacked excitement. But nothing could have prepared me for the series of gruesome murders that would soon send shockwaves through our community. It all started with a phone call late one rainy night. The dispatcher's voice crackled through the receiver. "Sarah, we've got a situation. There's been a murder down on Elm Street." I groaned inwardly, already dreading the sight that awaited me. Elm Street was a quiet neighborhood, home to many elderly residents who had lived there for decades. It was the last place you'd expect a murder to occur. As I arrived at the scene, I could see the flashing lights of police cars and the gathered crowd of curious onlookers huddled under umbrellas. Officer Mike Reynolds, a seasoned veteran, met me at the tape barrier. "Sarah, you won't believe this," he said, his voice filled with disbelief. "It's unlike anything I've ever seen." We ducked under the yellow crime scene tape and approached the quaint white picket fenced house. Inside, we found the lifeless body of Mrs. Edith Sullivan, an elderly widow who had lived alone for years. Her frail figure lay sprawled on the living room floor, her eyes wide open in a frozen scream. I couldn't help but shiver as I examined the gruesome scene. Mrs. Sullivan's throat had been slashed, and her small home was in disarray, as if a tornado had swept through it. But what struck me the most was the eerie message written in red across the walls. "The rainfall begins." My mind raced as I tried to make sense of the cryptic message. What did it mean? Who would do such a thing, and why? The rain outside continued to pour relentlessly, creating a disconcerting backdrop to the gruesome discovery. I knew this case was unlike any I had ever encountered, and it was only the beginning. In the days that followed, the Rainfall murders continued to terrorize Willowbrook. Each murder was as gruesome as the last, with the victims chosen seemingly at random. The only common thread was the cryptic message scrawled across the crime scenes. "The rainfall begins." The town was gripped by fear, and my team and I worked tirelessly to piece together any clues that might lead us to the killer. But the investigation seemed to be going in circles, with no clear motive or suspect in sight. One rainy evening, as I sat in my dimly lit office, my thoughts turned to the victims. They ranged in age from young to old, and there was no apparent connection between them. It was as though the killer was selecting victims at random, leaving a trail of death and despair in their wake. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a deeper meaning behind the cryptic message. "The rainfall begins" had to be a clue, a key to understanding the killer's motives. But what did it signify? As I pondered the message, a call came in from Officer Reynolds. "Sarah, we've got another one. This time it's the Johnsons, a couple in their 60s. My heart sank as I rushed to the scene, my mind racing with questions. What did the Rainfall murders have to do with the rain itself? And why was this town being plagued by such a gruesome and relentless killer? The investigation into the Rainfall murders stretched on for weeks, and our frustration grew with each passing day. The killer left no fingerprints, no witnesses, and no discernible pattern to their crimes. It was as though they were a phantom, striking with ruthless efficiency and disappearing into the rainy night. The town's fear and paranoia were palpable. Residents locked their doors and windows, and children were no longer allowed to play outside. Willowbrook had become a town under siege, and there seemed to be no end in sight. One rainy night, as I sat in my car outside the latest crime scene, I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of hopelessness. The rain was relentless, as it had been for weeks, and it felt like an omen of the darkness that had descended upon our town. I gazed out at the rainy streets, my mind a whirlwind of questions. What did the killer want? What was the significance of the rain in their twisted agenda? And how could we stop them before they struck again? My thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of a figure in my rearview mirror. A hooded figure, cloaked in darkness, was approaching my car. I reached for my weapon, my heart pounding, as the figure drew nearer. But instead of attacking, the figure handed me a small envelope and disappeared into the rainy night. I watched in shock as they melted into the shadows, leaving me with the mysterious package. With trembling hands, I opened the envelope and found a single note inside. It read, "Meet me at the old Rainfall Bridge tonight at midnight. Come alone." I knew it was a risk, but I couldn't ignore the possibility that this message was from the killer. It was a chance to finally confront the darkness that had consumed our town. As midnight approached, I drove to the old Rainfall Bridge, a decrepit structure that had long been abandoned. The rain was still falling, a steady downpour that seemed to intensify as I reached my destination. I parked my car and stepped out into the darkness, clutching my weapon tightly. The bridge creaked and groaned beneath my feet as I made my way to the center where a lone figure awaited me. The figure stepped into the dim light and I gasped in shock. It was Emily, a woman I had known for years, who had recently moved to Willowbrook. She had always been quiet and reserved, but I had never suspected her of being involved in the Rainfall murders. "Emily," I said, my voice trembling. "What is this? Are you involved in the murders?" She shook her head, her eyes filled with fear and desperation. "No, Detective Mitchell, I'm not the killer. I've been trying to stop them." I was taken aback by her words. "Stop them? What do you mean?" Emily explained that she had moved to Willowbrook to escape a troubled past, one that had haunted her for years. She had been plagued by nightmares and visions of the Rainfall murders, and she believed that the rain itself held the key to stopping the killer. "It's like a curse," she said, her voice quivering. "The rain speaks to me, Detective Mitchell. It shows me things I can't explain. I've been trying to decipher its messages and stop the killer before they strike again." I listened in disbelief as Emily described her eerie connection to the rain. She claimed that the rain had revealed to her the identity of the killer and the location of their next victim. It was a bizarre and unbelievable story, but there was something in her eyes that made me believe she was telling the truth. As we spoke, the rain continued to fall, its relentless rhythm serving as a backdrop to our conversation. Emily begged me to help her stop the killer, to put an end to the Rainfall murders once and for all. With no other leads or suspects, I had no choice but to follow Emily's guidance. She led me to a secluded spot in the woods where we waited in the darkness, listening to the rain and watching for any signs of the killer's approach. Hours passed and I began to doubt the validity of Emily's claims. But just as I was about to suggest we leave, I heard a faint noise in the distance, the sound of footsteps approaching through the rain-soaked leaves. I tightened my grip on my weapon as the figure drew nearer. And then, through the darkness and rain, I saw them. The hooded figure responsible for the Rainfall murders. Emily gasped in recognition, her eyes wide with fear. "That's them, Detective Mitchell. That's the killer." As the figure came closer, I could see the glint of a blade in their hand, ready to strike. With a sense of urgency, I called out, "Police, drop your weapon." The killer froze, their hooded head turning to face us. And then, in a voice that sent shivers down my spine, they spoke. "I am the Rainfall, and I am the answer to your town's sins." The figure lunged forward, and a struggle ensued. Rain soaked us to the bone as we fought for our lives in the darkness. But in the end, it was Emily who managed to disarm the killer, using a strength and determination I had never seen in her before. We called for backup, and the killer was apprehended and taken into custody. It was a moment of relief and closure for our town, as we had finally put an end to the Rainfall murders. In the days that followed, the truth behind the Rainfall murders came to light. The killer's name was David Walker, a troubled man with a deep-seated hatred for the town of Willowbrook. He had chosen his victims at random, leaving cryptic messages in a twisted attempt to instill fear and chaos. But it was Emily's connection to the rain that had ultimately led us to him. She had seen his face in her visions, and the rain had guided us to his location that fateful night on the old Rainfall Bridge. As I sat in my office, reflecting on the events that had transpired, I couldn't help but marvel at the strange and unsettling nature of the case. It was a reminder that sometimes the darkest mysteries can be found in the most unexpected places, and that even the rain itself can hold secrets waiting to be uncovered. The town of Willowbrook slowly began to heal from the trauma of the Rainfall murders. The rain continued to fall, as it always did, but now it was a symbol of resilience and strength. A reminder that even in the face of darkness, we could find the light. And as I looked out at the rainy streets of Willowbrook, I couldn't help but wonder what other secrets the rain might hold, and what mysteries it might reveal in the future. Working the night shift at Walmart was never the highlight of my week. The sterile fluorescent lights seemed to drain the life out of everything, casting harsh shadows that danced eerily on the linoleum floor. But the pay was decent, and it was a job, so I couldn't complain too much. One particular night, as the clock ticked closer to midnight, I found myself manning the customer service desk. It wasn't a particularly exciting job. I spent most of my time handling returns and dealing with the occasional irate customer. But that night was different, as I would soon discover. I had just finished processing a return when I saw him. He stood at the entrance, lingering in the faint-lit vestibule. His silhouette was framed by the automatic sliding doors, and something about him immediately sent a shiver down my spine. The man was tall and gaunt, his features obscured by the hood of his tattered coat. He wore dark, worn-out jeans that seemed to sag under their own weight, and his shoes were scuffed and filthy. But what really caught my attention were his eyes, or rather the lack of them. His face was hidden in the shadows, and I couldn't make out any facial features, just two dark voids where his eyes should have been. I blinked, thinking it was a trick of the light, but when I looked again, his unsettling gaze remained. It was as though he had no eyes at all, just empty sockets staring into the store. I felt a freezing sensation, and I couldn't tear my gaze away from him. As the automatic doors slid shut behind him, he stepped into the store, his footsteps almost inaudible on the polished floor. I watched in a mix of curiosity and unease as he moved deeper into the store, his hooded head bowed slightly as if in contemplation. I quickly glanced around the store to see if any of my coworkers had noticed the strange man, but they were all busy with their tasks, oblivious to his presence. Part of me wanted to alert someone, call security, or at least keep an eye on him, but another part of me hesitated, unsure of what to make of the situation. After all, he was just a customer, albeit a peculiar one. I decided to keep an eye on him from the customer service desk, rationalizing that it was my job to monitor the store. As I watched, he wandered aimlessly through the aisles, occasionally picking up an item, only to put it back haphazardly. His movements were jerky, almost mechanical, and there was an unsettling air of purposelessness about him. Time seemed to stretch as I observed him, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was profoundly wrong. It was as though he didn't belong here, as if he were a glitch in the system, an anomaly in the orderly world of Walmart. As the minutes turned into hours, the store grew quieter, and the few remaining customers hurried through their shopping, eager to leave. The man, however, remained, seemingly unfazed by the late hour. It was almost as if he were waiting for something or someone. I watched him for what felt like an eternity, my unease growing with each passing moment. Then, to my surprise, he abruptly stopped in front of the customer service desk, his empty gaze fixed on me. My heart pounded in my chest as I met his eyeless stare, and a cold sweat formed on my brow. "Can I help you with something?" I asked, my voice quivering slightly. He didn't respond. Instead, he extended a bony hand, the fingers unnaturally long and thin, and placed a crumpled piece of paper on the counter. I cautiously picked it up and unfolded it, my eyes widening in shock as I read the scrawled message. "They're coming for you." My heart raced, and I looked up at the man, my mind racing with fear and confusion. "Who's coming for me?" I demanded, my voice trembling. The man remained silent, his hooded head still bowed. I felt a growing sense of dread, as though I had stumbled into a nightmare from which there was no escape. I decided to call for help. I picked up the store phone and dialed the security extension, but there was no answer, just static on the line. Panic welled up inside me as I realized I was on my own, with this mysterious man who seemed to defy reason. I glanced around, hoping to catch the attention of one of my coworkers, but they were all preoccupied with their tasks, oblivious to the tension that had gripped the store. It was as if I were trapped in a parallel reality, isolated with this enigmatic stranger. I turned my attention back to the man who had now stepped closer to the desk, his hood concealing his face even more. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice quivering. He finally spoke, his voice low and raspy, sending a shiver down my spine. "I am a harbinger of the inevitable," he said cryptically. I didn't know what to make of his words, but they filled me with a sense of foreboding. "What do you want from me?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He reached into the pocket of his coat and pulled out a small, worn-out photograph. He slid it across the counter toward me, and my hands trembled as I picked it up. The photograph was old and faded, depicting a group of people standing in front of a dilapidated house. It looked like it had been taken decades ago. Among the people in the photo, one figure stood out, the man himself, his face whole, his eyes filled with life. I looked up at him, my confusion deepening. "Is this you?" He nodded slowly. It was once. I couldn't make sense of it. The man in the photograph bore no resemblance to the eyeless, hooded figure before me. "What happened to you?" I asked, my curiosity overcoming my fear. He didn't answer directly, instead choosing to speak in riddles. "I have seen the depths of the abyss, tasted the darkness that lies beyond the veil of reality. I have glimpsed the true nature of existence, and it has taken everything from me." I didn't know what to say. His words were both cryptic and unsettling, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I had stumbled upon something beyond my understanding. Suddenly, the store's intercom crackled to life, the sound echoing through the empty aisles. "Attention Walmart associates," a voice announced. "We have received a report of a suspicious individual in the store. Please be on the lookout and report any unusual activity to security." My heart sank as I realized the announcement was about the man standing before me. I had to act quickly. I grabbed the phone and dialed the security extension again, hoping someone would pick up this time. To my relief, a voice answered on the other end. "Security, what's your emergency?" I quickly explained the situation, the strange man, the cryptic message, and the unsettling photograph. The security officer assured me they would dispatch someone immediately. As I hung up the phone, I turned to the man who had remained strangely calm throughout the ordeal. "Security is on their way," I said, my voice trembling. "You need to stay here until they arrive." He nodded, seemingly unfazed by the impending arrival of security. "I will wait," he said softly. Minutes felt like hours as I stood behind the customer service desk, the man standing before me, his hooded head bowed in contemplation. The store remained eerily quiet, the harsh fluorescent lights casting long shadows that seemed to dance in rhythm with my racing heart. Finally, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence. Two security officers, clad in blue uniforms, entered the store, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. I rushed to meet them, explaining the situation and pointing to the mysterious man. The security officers approached the man cautiously, their flashlights illuminating his hooded face. They exchanged wary glances as they questioned him, but he remained cryptic and evasive, offering no concrete answers. As the officers handcuffed him and led him away, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. The ordeal was over, and I could finally breathe easy. But even as I watched him being escorted out of the store, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story, that the man's enigmatic words held a deeper meaning. Days turned into weeks, and the memory of that unsettling night at Walmart began to fade. Life returned to its usual routine, and I tried to put the bizarre encounter behind me. Then one evening, as I was leaving work, I found a small envelope waiting for me at the customer service desk. It was addressed to me in handwriting I didn't recognize. I cautiously opened it and found a single piece of paper inside, along with another faded photograph. The photograph depicted the same group of people standing in front of the dilapidated house. But there was something different about it. The man who had been eyeless in the previous photograph now had eyes, dark and piercing, staring into the camera with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. On the back of the photograph, a message was scrawled in the same handwriting as the envelope. "The abyss is patient. It waits for those who seek to understand its secrets. Beware the truths you seek, for they may consume you." I couldn't make sense of it. Who had sent me this message, and what did it mean? The enigmatic encounter at Walmart had left me with more questions than answers, and I couldn't escape the feeling that I had stumbled upon something beyond my comprehension. As I left the store that evening, the harsh fluorescent lights casting long shadows around me, I couldn't help but wonder what other mysteries lay hidden in the most ordinary of places, waiting to be discovered by those brave or foolish enough to seek them out. Working at Walmart was never glamorous, but it paid the bills. I was just an ordinary employee, one among the sea of blue vests, stacking shelves and dealing with the quirks of everyday customers. The store was a monotonous place, predictable and unchanging. That was until I started working under Manager Phillips. Manager Phillips was a tall, middle-aged man with graying hair and an unassuming demeanor. He wasn't particularly friendly, but he wasn't unkind either. He ran the store efficiently, and that's what mattered to most of us. However, there was something about him that made me uneasy from the very beginning. It started with the way he looked at us, his employees. His gaze was penetrating, as if he were trying to read our souls. It was a look that lingered too long, that made you want to squirm and look away. But I couldn't deny the effectiveness of his management style. Our store was running like a well-oiled machine, and our sales numbers were steadily climbing. One day, as I was restocking the canned goods aisle, I overheard a hushed conversation between two of my co-workers, Rachel and Mike. They were whispering about Manager Phillips and the strange things they had seen him do. My curiosity got the better of me, and I moved closer to eavesdrop. "He's always in the break room during his lunch break," Rachel said, her voice barely audible. "And he locks the door behind him." Mike nodded in agreement. "Yeah, and I've seen him go out to the parking lot late at night, sometimes after everyone else has left. It's weird, man." I had noticed some odd behaviors from Manager Phillips myself, but I had brushed them off as quirks. Now, hearing my coworkers' concerns, I couldn't help but wonder if there was more to the man than met the eye. That evening, after my shift, I decided to follow Manager Phillips. It was a foolish and impulsive decision, driven by a curiosity I couldn't ignore. I watched from my car as he left the store, his figure disappearing into the night. I trailed him at a distance, my heart pounding in my chest. He drove to a remote area outside of town, a place I had never been before. He parked his car near a secluded pond, and I watched as he got out and walked to the water's edge. In the dim moonlight, I saw him raise his hands, palms up, and begin to speak in a low, almost hypnotic voice. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone of his voice was dark and cold. It was as though he were engaged in some kind of ritual. I watched in stunned silence as Manager Phillips continued his strange behavior. He stayed by the pond for what felt like hours, his movements deliberate and purposeful. It was clear that whatever he was doing was deeply important to him. Finally, he returned to his car and drove back to the store, seemingly unaware that he had been observed. I waited a few minutes before I followed him back, my mind racing with questions and suspicions. Over the next few weeks, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong with Manager Phillips. I kept a close eye on his actions, documenting the strange occurrences I witnessed. It became an obsession, something I couldn't let go of. One day, I decided to confide in Rachel and Mike, the co-workers I had overheard earlier. I told them about what I had seen at the pond, and they shared their own observations. It was clear that we all had a growing sense of unease about our manager. Rachel had noticed that Manager Phillips seemed to have an uncanny ability to predict when the store would be busy or when a major sale would occur. It was as though he had insider information that the rest of us didn't. Mike, on the other hand, had discovered that Manager Phillips had access to a room in the back of the store that no one else did. It was a small, windowless space, and the door was always locked. Mike had tried to ask about it, but Manager Phillips had brushed off his inquiries, claiming it was simply a storage room. As our suspicions grew, we decided to do some digging. We scoured the store's records and discovered that there were financial irregularities that seemed to be connected to Manager Phillips. Money was unaccounted for, and inventory seemed to vanish mysteriously. It was as though the store was bleeding money, and Manager Phillips was at the center of it all. One evening, as we were discussing our findings, Rachel had a breakthrough. She had been looking into Manager Phillips's background and had discovered that he had a history of involvement with a secretive and obscure religious group. The group's beliefs were unconventional, to say the least, and its members were known for their eccentric rituals. It all clicked into place. Manager Phillips' strange behavior, his ability to predict the store's fortunes, the locked room, and now his connection to this enigmatic religious group. It was all part of a puzzle that we were determined to solve. We decided to confront Manager Phillips with our suspicions. We confronted him in his office one evening, armed with our evidence and the determination to uncover the truth. He listened to us calmly, his expression unreadable. When we presented our findings, his only response was a chilling smile. "You've been very observant, haven't you?" he said, his voice dripping with condescension. "But you have no idea what you're getting into." We demanded answers, but Manager Phillips refused to divulge anything more. Instead, He warned us to drop our investigation and forget everything we had discovered. It was a veiled threat, and we knew we were treading on dangerous ground. Undeterred, we decided to take our concerns to higher-ups in the company. We believed that they needed to know about Manager Phillips's behavior and its impact on the store's finances. We gathered our evidence and prepared to make our case. But before we could take our concerns any further, things took a sinister turn. Rachel disappeared one night after her shift. She had been conducting her own investigation into Manager Phillips, and we feared that she had crossed a line that put her in danger. We reported her disappearance to the police, but there was no sign of her. It was as though she had vanished without a trace, leaving us with a growing sense of dread and helplessness. Mike and I were now the only ones left to unravel the mystery of Manager Phillips. We knew that we were risking our own safety, but we couldn't turn back. We had to uncover the truth, not only for Rachel's sake, but for our own as well. We continued to gather evidence, documenting every irregularity and suspicious behavior we could find. The financial discrepancies grew more alarming, and it became clear that Manager Phillips was siphoning money from the store for reasons known only to him. One night, as I was going through some old records in the break room, I discovered something creeped me out. I found a photo of Manager Phillips with a group of people, all dressed in robes, standing in front of a dark, imposing building. It was the same building I had seen in my dreams, the one that haunted me with its foreboding presence. The photo was old, faded, but there was no mistaking Manager Phillips's face among the group. It was as though he had a connection to that sinister place. I showed the photo to Mike, and he recognized the building as well. It was located on the outskirts of town, and it had always been associated with rumors of strange rituals and secretive gatherings. With this new piece of evidence, we decided to investigate the building ourselves. We couldn't ignore the possibility that it held the key to uncovering Manager Phillips's dark secret. Late one night, we drove to the location, our hearts pounding with anticipation and fear. The building loomed before us, a dark and imposing structure that seemed to radiate malevolence. We knew we were walking into the unknown, and we were prepared for whatever we might find. As we entered the building, the air grew cold and the silence was oppressive. We made our way through a cloudy lit hallway, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The building was filled with strange symbols and markings, and the walls seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Finally, we reached a large, cavernous chamber, and what we saw inside made our blood run cold. Manager Phillips stood at the center of the room, surrounded by a group of robed figures. They were engaged in a ritual, their voices raised in a chant. In the center of the room was an altar, and on it lay a figure covered by a black shroud. It was Rachel, unconscious and seemingly lifeless. Manager Phillips was overseeing the ritual, his eyes filled with a manic intensity. We watched in horror as the ritual reached its climax. The figures chanted louder, and the air crackled with an unnatural energy. And then the unthinkable happened. Rachel's body began to twitch and convulse, and she let out a haunting scream. It was as though she were being possessed by some dark force. We couldn't bear to watch any longer, and we turned to flee. But before we could escape, we were discovered by Manager Phillips and his followers. They cornered us in the chamber, their eyes filled with a fanatic zeal. Manager Phillips spoke in a voice that was not his own, his words filled with an eerie resonance. He revealed the true nature of his secret, a pact with a sinister entity that granted him power and knowledge beyond comprehension. He offered us a choice: join him in his dark endeavors or become sacrifices to the entity he served. We refused to submit to his twisted desires, and a battle ensued. It was a desperate struggle for our lives, as we fought against Manager Phillips and his followers, determined to stop their sinister ritual. As we grappled with them, we managed to disrupt the ritual, freeing Rachel from the entity's grip. She was weakened and traumatized, but she was alive. In the end, we managed to escape the building, leaving Manager Phillips and his followers behind. We reported the incident to the police, but they found no trace of the manager or his group when they arrived at the scene. The experience left us scarred and haunted, but we knew that we had done the right thing. We had uncovered Manager Phillips's dark secret and put an end to his dark plans. We never returned to that Walmart store, and we never saw Manager Phillips again. But the memory of that night, of the sinister rituals and dark entity, would haunt us for the rest of our lives. As we moved on, we couldn't help but wonder how many other secrets were hidden in the most ordinary of places, waiting to be discovered by those brave or foolish enough to seek them out. The world was full of mysteries, some more terrifying than we could ever imagine, and we had come face to face with one of them. It was an ordinary Tuesday evening when I decided to make a quick trip to Walmart. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, casting the sprawling parking lot into darkness. A flickering streetlight hummed above me as I exited my car. I shook it off as a result of the chilly autumn air, reminding myself that Walmart was just a stone's throw away, and I'd be inside the well-lit store in no time. I strolled through the automatic sliding doors, greeted by the familiar overhead hum of fluorescent lights and the sight of endless aisles filled with products of every kind. There's something oddly comforting about the predictability of Walmart even at night. Rows of neatly stacked shelves, the faint smell of plastic and cleaning supplies, the muffled chatter of employees and late-night shoppers. It was all so ordinary. I had come for a few essentials, so I grabbed a shopping cart and began to browse. The soft squeaking of wheels echoed around me as I navigated through the labyrinthine aisles. My footsteps seemed unusually loud against the linoleum floor, but I shrugged it off as my imagination playing tricks on me. I picked up a box of cereal, some milk, and a few other items, steadily making my way toward the checkout lanes. As I turned into the snack aisle, something caught my eye. A man in a faded green hoodie. He was standing near the potato chips, his head buried in a bag as if he were genuinely shopping. At first, there was nothing remarkable about him, just another shopper in a Walmart hoodie. But then, something about his posture struck me as odd. He seemed tense, like a predator sizing up its prey. He didn't glance my way, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching me, studying me. It made my blood freeze, making me hesitate. I continued down the aisle, glancing over my shoulder to find him still there, pretending to examine bags of chips. I quickened my pace, now acutely aware of my surroundings. Every aisle I turned into, he was there, never too close but always within my line of sight. Panic started to creep in, and I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe he was just doing his shopping and I was reading too much into it. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. When I reached the personal care aisle, I decided to test my theory. I grabbed a random item off the shelf, a bottle of shampoo I didn't even need, and headed for the electronics section. If he was following me, he'd have to reveal his true intentions. Sure enough, as I entered the electronics section, he followed. I tried to act nonchalant, glancing at the TVs and browsing the video games, but my heart raced. There was no doubt now he was following me. Fear constricted my chest as I considered my options. I couldn't confront him directly. I needed help. I reached for my phone, but a quick glance told me I had no signal. Walmart's notorious dead spots, I thought. Panic set in as I realized I was on my own. I decided to make a beeline for the front of the store, where there were always employees at the registers. The man could be a harmless coincidence, but my gut told me otherwise. I picked up the pace, my cart squeaking loudly in protest. I passed through the clothing section, then the home goods aisle, but he stayed with me, never more than a few aisles away. I could feel his eyes on me, and I knew he was closing in. Finally, I reached the main thoroughfare of the store, lined with registers and manned by Walmart employees. I hurriedly pushed my cart toward the closest checkout lane, relief washing over me. The cashier, a young woman with a friendly smile, scanned my items and made small talk as she worked. But just as I was starting to calm down, I saw him. The man in the green hoodie was standing a few lanes away, pretending to examine a display of candy bars. He wasn't shopping. He was watching me, waiting for his chance. I paid for my items, thanked the cashier, and made a quick decision. Instead of heading for the exit, I turned and pushed my cart toward the pharmacy section at the back of the store. It was further away from the entrance, but it was also less crowded, and I hoped I could lose him there. As I walked, I took a deep breath and tried to think rationally. I needed to find a store employee and alert them to the situation. I knew I couldn't confront this man on my own. But where were the employees? It was as if the store had emptied out, leaving only me and the stalker. I turned a corner and entered the pharmacy area. It was eerily quiet, with only the soft hum of fluorescent lights above. I scanned the rows of medicine and health products, desperately searching for a store employee. There was no one in sight. I felt a cold sweat forming on my brow as I continued to push my cart. My heart pounded in my chest, and every sound, every shadow, seemed amplified. The man in the green hoodie was still behind me, closer now, his footsteps echoing ominously on the linoleum floor. I rounded another corner and my heart sank. There, standing in front of me, was a display of Halloween masks and costumes. Rows of plastic faces leered at me, grotesque and terrifying. The irony of the situation hit me. The scariest thing in the store wasn't a mask, it was the man following me. I knew I couldn't keep running forever. My phone still had no signal and there were no store employees in sight. I had to make a stand, find a way to escape this nightmare. I glanced around, searching for anything that could help me. That's when I saw it, a fire extinguisher mounted on the wall. It was my only chance. I approached it, trying to remain calm. The man was now just a few feet away, his eyes locked on me, a sinister grin playing on his lips. With a surge of adrenaline, I grabbed the fire extinguisher and aimed it at him. "Stay back," I shouted, my voice quivering but determined. The man froze, his grin fading into a look of surprise. Whoa, calm down," he said, holding up his hands. "I'm not here to hurt you." I wasn't convinced. "Then why are you following me?" I demanded, my finger on the extinguisher's trigger. He hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "I'm not following you. I work here, in loss prevention. I thought you might be a shoplifter." My heart pounded in my chest as I considered his words. Could he be telling the truth? I lowered the fire extinguisher slightly, but I didn't put it down. "You're a Walmart employee?" I asked, still on edge. "Yes," he replied, his hands still raised. "I'm just doing my job, trying to prevent theft. I'm sorry if I scared you." I looked around, finally noticing the security cameras placed throughout the store. It made sense. He was an employee trying to protect the store's assets. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me as I realized my mistake. I thought you were stalking me," I admitted, feeling foolish. He nodded sympathetically. "I can see how it might have looked that way. I should have introduced myself and explained, but I didn't want to blow my cover." Relief flooded through me as I lowered the fire extinguisher completely and handed it back to him. "I'm sorry for overreacting," I said, my voice shaky. "It's just that, well, it's been a really strange night." He offered a friendly smile. "No worries. I'm Chris, by the way. I promise I won't be following you anymore." We both chuckled nervously, and I finally started to relax. Chris walked me to the front of the store where other employees were now visible at the registers. He explained the situation to a manager who assured me they would review the security footage to confirm everything was okay. As I left the store, I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. What had started as a routine trip to Walmart had turned into a terrifying ordeal, all because of a misunderstanding. I realized that sometimes fear can distort our perceptions and lead us to make rash decisions. From that night on, I never looked at Walmart the same way. It was no longer just a place to shop. It was a reminder that even the most ordinary settings can become the backdrop for a terrifying encounter. And as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that the man in the green hoodie had given me a glimpse into the darker side of the ordinary world. A world where shadows lurked in every aisle, and fear could turn even the most mundane moments into a nightmare.